Everybody, welcome. I'm Aurora. This class is called Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans. Today is March 19th, 2025, and this is level 2 material, lesson 14. Last week we did level 1, lesson 14. This is all about longevity and energetic hygiene. So the very first year or, around that time that I started doing my class, I had some wonderful participants that went through. This was like kind of around 2013. And they all had lots of questions. And that was a lot of where I came up with the curriculum for the advanced class, because in a lot of ways I was expanding on what I had already presented to a group and then fielding their questions of what was important to them. This is one of the things that was specifically important to the one person who was in that group. So it is still relevant, but it's also a little poignant as I always go back over my notes, and I will encourage everyone to please check out my notes because they're very poorly spelled and ungrammatical. Oh my goodness. Have to be one thing. I'm not like a rules type of person, but just please, when you enter into the Zoom, please make sure you mute yourself for us. Because it kind of like throws me off my track a little bit when I have to do that. But poignant reading over my notes from 10 years ago, because of course, all of those lessons or tips of how to use a human body and how to achieve longevity still apply, but also like we've been under very, very warlike conditions. Let me grab my notepad of everything bad in the world. Been under very unusual, unideal conditions recently, within the past 5 years, that of course make all the things that I talk about from 10 years ago still very relevant, but also there's a lot of extra things that you have to do to be able to achieve your longevity. So of course I will refer to all of the non-ideal aspects of our life right now, but first I'll just speak in the ideals from 10 years ago. I just looked off screen because I'm like, wait, where's my amazing sculpture? Gotta jump away from you guys. Get my sculpture. Okay, sorry. Right here, the real answer to the question of how to achieve longevity is an abstract answer involving this diagram. I know it's annoying that that part broke. We'll make a new one. Just go with it for class. The answer is to change the aim or the trajectory of your time body from being pointed at the membrane of death to being pointed at divinity or the source or the zeroth dimension or infinity. So to go from the expectation, the cognitive and mental programming that you will die at some point, and instead align with the belief system and the cognitive expectation that you will not die. That has actually been one of the biggest challenges of bringing information into this world. As I teach everyone all of these things, I think of the information that has been the hardest to share, that humanity has been the most resistant to. It is the concept that you're actually not supposed to die. That's when I tell people that, they're like, that I can't, no, backing away slowly. So I applaud and celebrate everyone who's in this class, because you guys clearly embrace that concept, and it has been something that you've woven into the foundation of the expectation of your reality. That makes me feel really happy and successful, because there has to be a balance in the voices who are here. You've had so many voices for a very, very long time telling you that death is inevitable, death is a part of life, death is a part of your journey, and that even, well, let me put on the chat, I see someone saying something down there and I'll get to it in a minute. That maybe even dying is good. That sometimes the way that it is talked about in both the world of spiritual seekers of attainment, like enlightenment or elevation, and also moral, ethical people who follow a particular religion, the idea of getting your reward in the afterlife. So either death is applauded or celebrated, either as an escape mechanism for what is viewed as an inherently flawed material reality, and or as a moral dessert reward for living a good life in the physical. And I'm here to tell you, like, both of those are very flawed. That's not true. No, I would say both of those things would be at best making lemonade out of lemons. But death is a severe lemon situation. It's not good. No, death is not something that you're supposed to encounter or experience at all. And I'll constantly reaffirm that and resonate back to or reverberate with my existence in ancient concurrent Atlantis, because that's the human form that I'm most familiar with. And what I'm really trying to do is bring people back to that expectation and back to that feeling state of immortality. Nobody from that time died. And so what the real answer to how do you achieve longevity and what is energetic hygiene in this world basically is reconceiving or re-remembering yourself or excavating your true self to remember that you are this divine, I want to say godlike, like really God in embodiment form. And that, no, of course, you don't die. So my big answer is your bodies that you have right now, even though I know that they have been genetically limited through different splicing and modifications, but you can flying rainbow lasagna that stuff out of the way. You can overcome it, supersede it. You can return to your factory settings. You can reconnect to what is called either the morphogenic field or morphogenetic field. I'm sometimes not sure which one is the correct one, but it's the ideal waveform before the molecular blueprint of your body is even created. It's the ideal form. So that means ideal for who you are. Like if your legs are a certain length, it's that your legs will be healthy, not that your legs will all of a sudden like grow 5 inches and your proportions of your body will change. Nothing like that. So we're not talking about like a chihuahua suddenly growing and becoming like a Great Dane. We're really talking about who or whatever you are as an innate formfulness, achieving your optimum states of health and vitality. So if you're a Chihuahua, you remain a Chihuahua, but you have, super healthy body and living your greatest life. In case you don't know, I have a Chihuahua. That's what I'm doing with her. So, but same thing with being a human. Like being your greatest self as a human doesn't necessarily mean that you will, grow to be 12 feet tall or to, just radically change your body proportions or have 12 eyes or something like that. No, it really is about having the optimum states of vitality in the body that you are in. So I tell you that so that like you don't have to get a new vehicle, like a new car. And the upgrades, changes, and return to factory settings are actually not that far away from what you presently are. It is a very doable thing. So it doesn't require, again, doubling in size or getting 12 eyeballs. No, it really is about optimizing what you have. So when I tell you that your body vehicle was designed by a divine genius named God, and that it was designed to be able to live for like hundreds or thousands of years with the power of regeneration, I'm talking about these body vessels. Even in recognition of the genetic modifications that have been done to inhibit humanity for many years, like, millennia, not a long time, millennia, that you can still overcome it. And so now I'll pick up my lasagna sculpture so that you can say flying rainbow lasagna is a pathway or a tool to create pathways for you to be able to either jump up and over the genetic blockages or to restore your DNA to the potentials that you actually contain. And I will say this over and over again. When you get to that level of restoration and divine connection and self-remembrance, you will not want to have anybody else's body. That type of body envy that happens in this world of ego and materialism, people look at what is considered an ideal body form of whatever is their culture or whatever is their, self-description. And then they're like, I want to look like that. I want to be like that. But I'm telling you, this is not about appearance. This is really about how effectively your body functions. But I'm also talking about functionality like athleticism. So each one of you has the potential to be like a supremely beautiful soul in a supremely beautiful body with amazing superpowers. And that has to do with like being telekinetic and being able to fly and having telepathy and being able to do a bunch of amazing things. So in the world that I remember and the world that we are, approximating in the next chapter of humanity, as you evolve and as you grow and mature, your wisdom would be like, wow, like my body is so amazing. I love my body. And also your body is like a Stratovarius. We've already talked about running in the opposite direction from any type of technological cloning, as that is the destruction of a beautiful artifact, the Stradivarius known as your body. So this generation also will be remembered as an amazing generation and admired, that we guys are the ones that took these bodies that were largely materialistic and used like a steam engine, like food goes in here into the steam engine, and then it gets incinerated down here, and then puff, 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 like steam and kinetic work and calories and heat come out. That's like the lowest way to be able to use your body. And that we're coming out of that world that's very materialistic and not filled with light, and then moving into a world where we will become pure light eaters and really live in this frictionless, blissless existence that where we are sustained without having to have physical food. And we're pretty much redefining our existence. And so part of what I'm here doing as Aurora, as Flying Rainbow Lasagna, is giving you guys mentorship and a template as to how to do it. I'm reminding you of what is essentially your ancient past, even though it's concurrent, because we all know each other from that time place of Atlantis. And you contain these reverberative dormant potentials inside of yourself as well. And so I'm here to show you how to do it, like from this perspective, from this body. I'm like, oh yeah, like I know how to, we can soup up these vehicles. We can restore them to whatever showroom qualities and make them look all super fantastic and everything. So that's what I'm here to be able to share with you. So the first thing in being able to achieve longevity and even eternal life is changing your cognitive structure and your belief system. Done. Check it off the to-do list. We just did that. All right. And now a lot of the other things that I talk about are about lifestyle things. And for the first thing I want to recognize, and I love how I talk about this in the notes, is that there are things that are in your control, like the substances, food, water, other things like that, that you do to your body as an individual. But as the saying goes, no man is an island. You live in an environment. You live in a context. You live on a planet and you live in a culture. And there's all of the stuff that is not within your direct control, but that is directly affecting you. And that's stuff that's in your environment and the way you people do stuff. And I have lots of funny Aurora stories about when I first came here into this world. Like, of course, I tried to eat pure sunlight and that wasn't enough. Like we weren't at that level of being able to do that yet. And then I also learned about what people eat and what types of food people eat. And I ate the way that people eat. And then I was like, you cannot eat this way. Like, this is not food. They sell it and they call it food, but this is not food. Yes. So the many very questionable products that are presented as food or as edible, but that are really not ideal fuel for your body in any way. So I learned all about that. And then also I started to learn about money, commodification, and the selling of your self state and the selling of your time for money. I learned about this when I was in chronological adulthood, but I had been here only for a few years as a walk-in. That was like a douse of ice water in the face. Like that is what is going on around here, but that is what is going on around here. And of course, I had to learn, okay, if you're going to do this transformation, change of state, metamorphosis, in this culture, I'm going to have to do it in a way, and with you guys too, to be able to show you how to do it. Money is one of the things that has to change in order for the whole entire world to ascend and become light eaters. And so the things that I'm teaching you about, there are some practices that you can begin right away in this world that is like a polluted garbage heap of sewage and doo-doo. There are some things that you cannot do yet because this world is, again, the aforementioned doo-doo swamp. And it's very, very difficult for you to do a lot of things now. It's even harder in the past 5 years. It's even harder than when I originally wrote these lessons 10 years ago. And what are the things that made it harder? Lots more EMF destruction around you. That stuff is very corrosive. So you're trying to build your light body, which is your energetic force field around your body. And then all of those, it's such a sham that I have to do this, but all of those types of things, along with, Bluetooth and many of the other frequencies that are around you, they are corrosive. They're not just like, not that good to be around. They are actively corrosive. Like, for your physical body, what if you were swimming in a sea of acid? You'd be like, ow, like that doesn't feel very good on my skin. It is burning away my skin. There's a limited amount of time I can do this and survive. It's the same thing for your light body. When you're swimming around in these incoherent frequencies, it's like swimming in corrosive acid. And it's like, okay, like there's a certain amount that you can take, but then you're like, get me out of here, because I can't take this very long. So please know, as an individual and as a collective, like we have to change this right now, because all of our light bodies have been sufficiently fried that we need to be able to stop the disruptive frequencies and then you self-generate. So you generate like, your own healing energy of vitality and energy of atmosphere around you. Like if you can just stop the corrosion that is eating away at you, coming up from within, you have this amazing energy that is then kind of fountaining out. And if that simply wasn't being eaten away, you would already have access to so much more of your higher dimensional gifts, perceptions, and psychic powers. So on the agenda really is ending all of those corrosive frequencies right away. And the corrosive frequencies really got a lot more intense within the past 5 years, which is why all of this is, extra difficult. So I'm going to bounce back and forth on this particular topic of commodification of one's time throughout today's presentation, because it relates a lot to this is your time body and it's a series of events. And whether you're pointed in this direction or going in this direction has a lot to do with what you do with your time every day, right? That's it. It's not just belief. It's also behavior and how you inhabit reality. And moving at this angle, it creates a lot of friction. It's like moving through time and doing non-ideal activities creates friction, not only for you, but for time, which is a living animal. So time is an alive being. And when you are not in alignment with your ideal life situation that gives you ideal longevity and bliss, you feel it and you get corroded and worn down, and time feels it as well. So please know that the concepts I'm bringing here to you today are not merely about self-service or flippancy, whimsy, or something that is very inconsequential. I'm bringing to you something that is about your life, your soul, and the fabric of space-time. Yes, because what I'm going to tell you is basically that you're going to have to construct a new timeline or a new way of doing things where you are no longer sacrificing or diminishing your true self in order to earn money, in order to stay alive. And you're like, Aurora, that is very hard to do in this time and place. And I'm like, girl, I know it. And that's why I'm here in this time and place, so that I can be like, I'm here to totally with you. So first, let's talk about corrosive actions that earn money versus non-corrosive actions that earn money. The lesson is not 100% of all actions that earn money are corrosive. That's math. Definitely not 100%. Some percentage of actions that you can do to earn money are not corrosive to your light body. Some of them are actually even constructive to your light body. And it is not a one-size-fits-all situation, as you're each going through your unique set of time parameters. So what is constructive for one person is corrosive for another person. You must follow your own innate guidance on this. And that's also part of the joy of what you're doing. Like, you're learning about yourself, you're excavating yourself, and you're constructing yourself, and you're constructing an optimized reality around yourself. But please know that that optimized reality is unique to you, and that you have to allow space for, or variety, allow for the variety of existence. But sometimes other people have to be exploring the variety of existence like far away from you, especially if it involves like something loud, smelly, or something that you don't enjoy, whatever. If they're like cooking a type of food that you really can't stand, like do it, but do it over there. And that's the essence of freedom also. But also, all of this, to be able to do this, really requires a giant cleansing and purging from your world, from our world, it's my world too, of frequency doo-doos, but also of psychopathology, energy and those whose hobby would be like torturing other people. Like that is not a constructive activity for anyone. But in our world, like there are some people who actually have a job earning money torturing other people. That is not on the table. You don't get to have that as your ideal job. Do you understand? Like when I'm talking about this, like some people feel like frictionless bliss when they're just whatever, being psychopaths, hurting other people. That's not allowed. So all of this, that's why I'm laughing and being so lighthearted, is predicated upon the presumption that the very first thing we are going to do is to clear this world of psychopaths and of psychopathology, meaning the characteristics that are these non-life affirming characteristics, so that you can then explore the variety of self states and what is longevity for each person. All right. That's an important thing to know. And that also goes down to what I wrote about in my notes, that, you can be the healthiest person in the world. Like you're eating a kale salad, getting your infrared light, getting 8 hours of sleep each night, but you don't have a very positive longevity forecast if you're on a battlefield and tiny amounts of lead are like shooting towards you every minute of the day. You're not going to survive that. That's right. So some things are about your exact health regimen and how you treat your physical body, but some things are about which time edifices you align with. Definitely being on a battlefield, your longevity is going to get really, really low. But how about working in a non-ideal corporate setting? And you can work in an office that's a positive office that is constructive. You can do work in front of a computer that is constructive. But what if you work in an office that is not a positive office, that is very corrosive, and it's a degradation of your natural character and not something that you would ordinarily be doing? And really the only reason why you're there is for money. That is what places you up towards the membrane of death. And that compromise and mediocre life experience has been normalized in your world. And just as death has been normalized, I bring a message that you cannot accept mediocrity in your life as it has been normalized in the world. That is really part of the old chapter, or what I'm calling the carcass that you are coming out of. That world is dead. It is so dead that if you're still alive, you can't inhabit that world anymore. And you must come out of it, disassociate with or disengage with those energy patterns, and create a new time highway moving forward that does not involve the 100%, like the crushing of the human soul or the diminishment of human consciousness to levels of, least common denominator mediocrity in order to run a system of commodification. And that system of commodification, it is capitalism, but it's also, non-capitalistic systems of commodification. Like it's not like the Marxist communism world is any better. So please know that it's that whole entire era that you're coming out of. Everyone who lived in that time was expected to not work at their ideal soul elevating work, and instead to work at something that is a compromise, and then to be corroded and diminished until the point that you fall over and die. That was just considered normal and even considered celebratory, as people were saying in their own justifications to themselves, that they are like helping the economy. Wow. And helping their nation state, or helping a particular company that they might be loyal to, or if they're a public servant, somehow serving their community, like working for a board of education or whatever, one of these types of things. But that, you can serve your community in ways that are in alignment with your personality, not in ways that cause so much friction that you end up dying because you don't have a viable future timeline of so many things. Because I'm feeling someone telepathically thinking about young people who die and thinking about them not having a viable timeline because they're so far out of alignment with their self-expression and what they really care about. And you're wondering about, I think, maybe either like car accidents or suicide. So yeah, and apologies if anyone here is like a survivor of something like suicide or self-destructed, but I'm feeling someone talking about this in their minds and with themselves. And yeah, because, young people are not in their careers yet. So the truth is, it isn't just something that kicks in when you become in your early or mid 20s and you're expected to, in the industrialized world, be your own source of financial security and earn your way in the world. It's not just for people that are at that level of their life. Even young people can be very, very far out of alignment with their authenticity and their truth, to the point that they feel like they don't have a future because literally they are way, way, way heading in this direction and not heading in this direction. So all of this, I think, is a good foundation of comprehension and understanding of how much your worldview, your belief system, what you expect about reality, your cosmology, description, all of how you look at the narrative integument of how your life is made is the real hygiene that you have to deal with. It's not as simple as just saying like, well, how do I, look great and live a long life? Be like, just eat one flying rainbow lasagna a day, right? Or like whatever, a magic bottle of pills a day, and then you'll be totally fantastic. It's like, no, it's actually, you have to heal your whole entire society. That's the big answer. And it's a fun, good answer. And so we'll bounce back and forth today in the presentation about, we're on the cusp of moving out of this carcass of not only materialism, but also selling of your soul and of your time for money. And we're moving into a different level of valuing your time. I'll always give a hat tip and a shout out to Jose Arguelles. He's not on this planet any longer, but he wrote some meaningful books. And one of the memorable quotes is, "Time is art." The sense like that your life is an exquisite art piece and a masterpiece, and each moment is a piece of the paint that is going onto the canvas. And how could you possibly sell any of those moments to some corporate interest or in the favor of some governing body, as you are pleasing this very small, low intelligence organizational structure? You are displeasing and disarranging the larger, beautiful tapestry of time. And when we are humans in our feral state, which is what we will return to, every moment of your day is an exquisite art piece, and no moment is like any other moment. And you are flowing from moment to moment, guided by your intuition and guided by higher divine intelligence. You're motivated to do stuff, but your motivation is not merely to get money. And so, of course, I've been in this world alongside of you. And for the first 18 years or so, I learned about the world of money. And that brings us up to kind of, like roughly 2019 or so. And, I had like somewhat of a comprehension of it. I was also comprehended what I call like the economy of hell, or the way that these satanic death cult societies have been artificially influencing events in the world to take people away from their greatness and to diminish them in terms of opportunity, and to artificially elevate some people into greatness, or into levels of opportunity. Like some people, you look at them and you're like, how did that person either get elected or get on a stage or like get an opportunity to sing or play music? You're like, side eye, like, how did that happen? And the answer is like, through a satanic contract. That's how it happens. We laugh lightheartedly, but it's very, very dark stuff. It's like, yeah, no, because you can kind of tell like they don't have an innate talent. They are usually very flat people. They are not usually very charismatic, and they don't have a big spark or something like that. And you kind of wonder, like, how did they get there? The answer is they were manufactured and elevated falsely through these artificial things. There's the glamours, which is like a force field shield spell that can make a person either look more appealing and more beautiful, or less appealing and more dangerous or ugly or something like that. And also other aspects of manipulating the fabric of space-time so that, the wicked were rewarded and the good were suppressed or punished. We're moving out of that carcass. That's the dead carcass. Hooray. So, but it's not perfect. In the world that we're moving into, I feel that Bitcoin specifically plays a role, not all cryptocurrency. And please never perceive me as being like some kind of a proselytizer or multi-level marketing person at all. That is not what I am doing. And the reason why I'm a proponent of Bitcoin is because I feel that the math is very, very perfect, very elegant, and very well constructed in what it is. That I'm a techno-intuitive, like I reach in with my tendril of attention. I've reached in with my tendril of attention to the origins, the concept and foundation of what Bitcoin is. and it's very balanced and very beautiful. The math holds together very, very well. Of course, it's being commodified and it's coming out of the dead carcass world where people are treating it like crap. They're treating it like imagine you have the goose that lays the golden egg and everyone's like fighting over it. Like one person's pulling a wing this way, one person's pulling a wing this way. The feathers are flying off. The goose is not very happy. The goose is like, leave me the F alone. I would like to just sit here and lay some golden eggs for all of you. So that's kind of what I feel like. I feel like everyone is fighting over Bitcoin and treating it very badly. Not that I want to personify it, as a consciousness, but I feel that there is like a beautiful, a natural quality there, like a natural phenomenon that's mathematical that's going on, that's being made into some kind of, I don't even know what to call it. But people are expressing their ugliness and their manias and their dysfunctions using something that is a very beautiful, pure thing. So I am envisioning it as this beautiful, pure thing, and also not as the ultimate end of our journey as we relate to materials, matter, and commodification, but as a step on that journey. And I'm cautious to talk about Bitcoin and to separate it from some of these other things that are super scammy, which is why even if I say Bitcoin, that you guys are like, is Aurora, does she have a brain worm? Who's talking through her right now? I'm like, no, it's the real me. But I'm like, I would never encourage you to buy any of these other types of crypto projects. Is a nice word for it. They're called shitcoins for a reason. Sorry, kids, that I used naughty language, but no, there are many other things that I would not encourage you to utilize or to support with your money, because I think they're bad products and that they're just part of that worms and squirming around in the dead carcass. That's how I see a lot of the cryptocurrency world right now. Instead of, because I see Bitcoin is adding vitality. I see Bitcoin as something that is very vital and that can be a positive, neutral force for how do you hold value and how do you do commodification? How do you have a civilization? And of course, I want everyone to elevate to the level of my civilization, which is where you don't have to have even Bitcoin or something like that as a marker for money. Simply energy flows to excellence. And in those cases, of course, we have gotten rid of all the satanic pathogens. So we don't have any like really bad singers up on a stage, torturing your eardrums with their bad performances while everyone, gives them billions of dollars. Like, we're not going to have that. So instead, the cream will rise, and the people who are really good singers will be on a stage singing, and then we'll all be like, hooray, here's all the resources you need, keep singing. And then that's what they'll do. Like, that's, this is very idealistic. You can kind of hear the naysayers who are very, skeptical and traumatized, or very evil people. So skeptical is one level, traumatized is another level, pure evil is another level. You're not all mushed in together. But I can hear the naysayers being like, that sounds like a utopian paradise. I can't even conceive of that. I'm like, I understand. But hopefully I'm planting seeds that you can conceive of that, and that you can think of moving into a just form of money and a just form of even how you do commerce at the nation state level as a requirement for staying alive. And so longevity means not only what you're doing as an individual, but your culture, because your culture has been like suicidal and self-destructive for a very long amount of time, that many of you have given up into nihilism or existential dread, where you're like, my country is nosediving. How am I going to live when this is going down? And so I also feel like some form of alternative economy. We must build some form of alternative, I said eternal eternal economy that is not controlled by the satanics. And one of the things about like the United States and the dollar, like it had satanic symbolism on it. Like it was never a clean and pure system that you could use, putting energy into it and feeling really great about what you're supporting with your labor. So this goes beyond like even time friction, where you're working at a job that's not even ideal for you, and lack of self-reflection and self-construction and self-excavation. This is also your energy being harvested specifically into a very corrosive satanic type of mind state that doesn't feed back to you and further corrodes you. And none of that has been positive. And people have simply done that because there were no alternatives for a very long amount of time. So I see Bitcoin as an alternative and as a life raft and as a way to get out of the carcass and to have something else. And then while you're doing something else, everybody needs healing. Everybody, you need to get rid of all these pathogens. Everybody needs to recalibrate to what would your life be like if you weren't always so focused on like earning money, doing anything for money, buying stuff, marketing, selling stuff. And this is just a little bit like I did a workshop called Sacred Commerce. I am not down on anyone who has to do marketing and self-promotion in this world, because this isn't the world yet where energy simply flows to excellence. So many of you in my audience are people who are like, I just want to, make artwork or whatever, make a dress and not have to be all over the internet being like, do you like my dress? Buy my dress, buy my dress. Because that's not very authentic, like you just want to be yourself and be like, oh yeah, like I need this dress. It's great. And then anybody who wants one, go get one. And the people aren't used to that. People are like, no, like I would require 10 emails in a funnel and be manipulated, and then I will buy your product. Like so my whole workshop about sacred commerce really approaches that. And it was relevant, I think, more for when I did it, because we've already evolved past that. But I want to affirm to you, making money or earning energy or whatever is your token here is good. Abundance is good. Totally getting rid of all of the inner limitations that are about associating with the satanic money system. In the satanic world, yes, people were elevated for doing bad stuff. And so mostly all of the rich people were rich because they did bad stuff. But we can have a totally different world. So please disassociate the concept of getting rich from doing bad stuff or being a bad person. And let's instead replace it with you get rewarded for doing good stuff. And let's also envision, like, what if you're a wonderful, heroic person? What if you literally like are a firefighter and you got somebody out of a burning building? Like, you should get rewarded. That's a person who should be rich. Like, you did something really good for people, or you helped people in some profound way, or you did something that was of massive value for your community. Your community should be like, we love that person. Let's give them a big giant house and like, here's a new car and here's everything else you could possibly want. You got it? So this is a complete inversion and a restoration from what you've had in the past, which are the very worst personality characteristics, amassing enormous amounts of resources for themselves and being rewarding or being rewarded for some of the very worst anti-life behavior that really they were acting like cancer cells in the body of humanity who are creating destruction, pathogens for the entire body, but taking resources away from healthy cells. That ends. So, okay, we're like completely changing the diseased nature of the economy. And that's going on like not, even next week or whatever. That's happening today. It's ongoing today, truly. And when I say with this literalism, today is March 19th. You're on the early crest of the wave. You've still got the 20th, the 21st, and at least the 22nd and 23rd. You're going through a giant time portal. All right. And I really hope that the words that I speak and the energy that I emit here today, I hope that I positively influence you as to which door of reality you will emerge into, or, which level of reality you will gravitate towards as you go through this circumstance or opportunity. Okay, we'll return to all these concepts about sacred commerce and economy. Let's talk, I'm refocusing about some of the things I wrote about 10 years ago that are the tips of the trade, initially of having a human body and how to achieve longevity and what is good energetic hygiene and what I do with my body. So again, I'm a walk-in. And when I first did these classes, like about 10 years ago, technically I was like about 10 years old, about 10 or 12 years old. I was like a teenager. I felt sometimes very not confident about knowing what to do and how to care for my body. Because I was like, you guys have had your bodies for longer than me. Like, I haven't even had my body for that long. I really don't know that much about how to do stuff with it. So I will say in the past 10 years, I definitely have learned a lot more about like diet, nutrition, what is anatomy, how do body processes work, and what are optimum ways of cultivating health in the body. So I write a little bit in my notes about yoga. I think yoga is really wonderful, but I will tell you, some of the positions do not feel good for my body. So I have not taken like formal yoga classes because they're like, oh yes, just do this position. I'm like, that position does not feel very good for me. So my encouragement to everyone is find a body practice that works for you and that feels good for you. People are still invited. There's no fee or obligation to be a part of my Tuesday morning dance group, but it's only for people that are like, trusted celebrants of all things lasagna that I would want to, be in my class with me. And people who, I feel comfortable like sharing images of, my body while I'm dancing with people. I wouldn't want to have anybody who is a detractor or inappropriate or whatever. So if you're a positive, good, cool person, I invite you to be a part of this. But I take people through my warm up of like what I do with my body before I do my flying rainbow lasagna dance. And I do that very intuitively, just based upon what feels good to me, what feels good to my body. So what I have found is like, yoga is a little bit of one size fits all, and you're kind of expected to do a bunch of things. And I always was thinking, like, there's something wrong with me, like, because I'm not fitting into this. But I think instead, every one of us needs to develop what is the customized things for your own body. So, like, I have unique bumps and bruises in my body. Like I have a little bit of a back injury from a spinal injury from many years ago. So there are some things that don't feel that good to me. So I don't do those things. And, I've told you that I have brain injury and epilepsy. So there was a long time when I didn't want to do inversions and anything that, made my head have to have a lot of blood flow into my head because it didn't feel good to me. Each one of you has your own body, your own frailties. And I share my frailties with you so that like, oh, like you can still lasagna, even if you have, bumps or bruises or things that happened to your car. Your car got in a car accident years ago. You still got a good car. And that's big because a lot of people think like, oh, like this car got in a car accident, time to buy a new vehicle. I'm like, no, don't. That's not what we do. Got a Stratovarius, fix it up. You fix it up and you remodel. So yeah, I've done a lot of DIY fixing up of my body. So that's one part of it, changing the attitude of get a new body to fix this body. And you can restore your body. Why do I bring up yoga? Because the concept is valid, even if the practice has been presented in a flawed way. But when you figure it out, the posture, there are certain postures that you can do that make your whole entire body an antenna for energy of uplift. So let's pretend, and let's make it truthful, let's pretend this into reality, that we're not in a corrosive world of these, horrible types of frequencies, and that we're just in a beautiful, pristine world. In that pristine world, there's all of this energy that is everywhere. And the energy is part of the natural world, and it's part of like energy that flows between plants. Like here's a leaf and here's a leaf, but the energy flows between them. Like there's energy in all these different places. And it's also solar energy. So there's just this amazing life force that's everywhere. And when you stand in certain ways, that energy comes into you, through you, collects in you, energizes your energy force fields and your chakras, and then flows on to the next person. So really, it's a way of like swimming effectively within a sea of energy. And some of those energy postures have to do with cultivating the torus, which is exactly what I teach about. So you can be in my Tuesday morning dance class. I teach people about this all the time. You have two giant bubbles of energy that are to the left and right of you. And then when you're working with these kind of like figure eight patterns and conforming your muscular skeletal body to moving with those large bubbles or spheres around you, that's how you really achieve health and vitality. So moving your body in the correct patterns helps you achieve longevity, health, and vitality. And those patterns have to do with these giant spheres that are around you, that are your multidimensional self, your time body, your chakras. And those spheres relate to time. So the lasagna dance and every aspect of your life should be about cultivating the correct motions of your physical body in time. So I'll use a little bit of antithesis. Like if you're working at a certain type of job, you sit in a chair that's shaped like an L, makes your body shaped like an L-shaped body in front of like, a computer screen or something like that, or maybe writing things down. And then you just sit. for 8 hours. And then you get up at the end of your day and you stand up and walk away. And that, like, you can tell from my eyes, it's like, that's not good. It's not good. Because that is not how your body is supposed to be shaped. Like, you can be shaped like an L for a few minutes, but if you get shaped like an L for too long, you're not going to have good longevity and coherence. You got it? You got to be shaped like these circles. You got to be shaped like these figure eights. You have to shape your body as the right thing. So most people were indoctrinated and acculturated to be shaped like an L when they were in elementary school. I don't know if it's connected, but I think that's a nice wordplay. Yeah, they taught you how to sit in your chair. And when you wiggled, they would look at you like this. The teacher would be like, stop wiggling. And when you're drifted off and you looked out the window and you looked at the trees, kind of like moving to the left, moving to the right, and you're like, oh, I wish I could be playing outside on the swing over there. Your teacher was like, hey, pay attention to me. Stop daydreaming out the window. Like, your mind got put in a corset, your body got put into a straitjacket, you got stuck in an L shape, and then that's considered to be a good person. So I'm speaking in antithesis here. But each one of you needs a rewilding for your body. I call it decolonizing your posture. So this is everything from not wearing shoes all the time. And of course, if you live someplace above the Arctic Circle, please keep your feet warm and do not get frostbite. Or even if you live even like upstate New York, I lived in upstate New York, I wore socks all the time. I was very cold. That's why I live now in California. Here, I wear sandals and do not have to wear socks that much. But please protect your body from the elements. But as much as possible, let your feet be free so that your toes can spread all apart and you can actually feel things with your feet. Because shoes are kind of like foot deadeners. Like, we're supposed to be able to really feel the ground as we walk upon it. And we're not supposed to walk always on concrete and paving. No, of course not. And also, we're not supposed to walk where there is like broken glass and dog poop. Like, this is ancient Atlantis. Like, you're supposed to walk a beautiful mossy carpet. I'm just going to mute you. And you should have a nice little running stream before you enter into a building. Like, you walk on moss and then you walk through a little stream and then you walk on some moss to dry off your feet and then you go inside. Like, and you don't have to wear shoes and the place is beautiful. That's like, you know how Japanese people keep the inside of their house, their floor is very perfect and pristine. You don't wear shoes in the house. Imagine if your whole entire community was that perfect. You never would wear shoes around your whole community because the whole entire place was beautiful and clean and had no sharp objects on it, and you kept it that way. So again, this is our world does not support this truly positive, benevolent lifestyle for energetic hygiene. But walking barefoot is absolutely a part of it. And if you do that in this time and place, like let's say you go to the park and there's morning dew on the grass, like not dog dew, morning dew, just like water, it's actually not good. You know why? There are so many effing parasites in what they spray in the sky, the white aerosols. And in the morning, like all of those aerosols have gone on the grass and then it's all nice and wet and moist and everything like that. Like, there's all like bioweapon, fungus, crapola, bad stuff. You want to walk on the earth and be super like, hooray, this is what I'm supposed to live like for energetic hygiene. But if you do that, like, you will get crazy rashes and just have to take anti-parasite medicine. I don't advise it. I don't do it. I wish I could do it. I don't advise it. No, I always wear a little pair of sandals or something like that, even out into my front yard over here, just because it's systemic. You know what else I don't do? I always wear garden gloves because I learned from too many years that I kept on getting a rash on my hands. I'm like, why am I getting a rash on my hands? From touching rainwater. Just from touching rainwater. And of course, I live in Southern California, where what should be a beautiful, benevolent, you know, life-affirming rain becomes instead a caustic biohazard substance because of there's sometimes acids, but sometimes there's metals, but sometimes there's parasites. So I've learned, like, I can't just leave my garden tools outside and then, you know, touch the garden hose and everything like that. So yeah, no, had to wear gloves all the time. So I'm always protecting myself, but we have to cleanse and purify the environment. When you cleanse and purify the environment, then walking on the earth and touching your feet on, like, you know, the whatever muddy, squashy grass is wonderful and life affirming and will heal you. But that's not what you can do right now, unless I can sense what you're already thinking. You're like, okay, how about if I go to the farmer's market? And how about if I buy some of those squares of wheatgrass, right? And then how about if I put that inside my living room and then I can walk on top of that and not get parasites? I know it's fun. I'm serious. I'm telepathic, and somebody just had that thought. So I'm applauding. I love that. I love that. I know. Try it out. See if you can do it. Or like indoor moss farm and have that instead of a carpet. You're like, I'm just gonna walk on my moss now. Okay, but what is the energetic aspect of why this is so healthy? Grass is happy. The little blade of grass is so happy. I would even go so far as to call them exultant. Their body posture as they are growing upward towards the sun is like this. And grass, like you can't kill it. You've seen, I mean, you can kill it, of course, if you don't water it and you live in the desert. But like grass grows everywhere. Like it grows everywhere it's not supposed to. You're like always pulling up grass. Like, don't grow here, don't grow here. Grass is like, I'm no matter what, even in cracks in your sidewalk and in your flower bed. Um, Grass has an amazing life force, will to live, joyful quality. It's super happy. Dogs love to roll on grass. You know something, if you want to know about energetic hygiene and like how to live a long, healthy, wonderful, fabulous life, look to the animal kingdom. Please look to dogs and cats. And I will always affirm that these wonderful animals are not mere satellites as they're presented in the dead carcass of human culture. Like, oh, yeah, animals come and go, just get another one at the Humane Society, whatever. I'm like, no, these are family members and also in this moment of our ascension, as we're going through this, planetary transition, these dogs and cats are essential for us. For some of us, that is the only place where you'll have a real connection to the tone of unconditional love. And dogs and cats also give us energy. So the grass is super happy and it loves to be walked upon. It doesn't actually love to be cut that much, but it's kind of like this. It's like, I'm alive. And then you chop it off. It's like, still alive and I'm going to keep on growing. Like it has a super attitude about it. So, because I don't want you to be sad about mowing or watching mowing happening. So, that's grass. Grass is indefatigable. But like dogs and cats also give us beautiful, beautiful energy. And so, when the cat lays upon you or when your dog snuggles next to you, they are literally feeding you with energy. None of this is recognized by science. None of this is validated. And that's why, like, they can sense, let's say, if you've been out all day at a mediocre position or something that is non-ideal in your life and you come home, they sense that with you. And they're like, look, snuggle up, because I'm going to make you feel better now. And most people, when they're at their mediocre positions or their non-ideal lives, they're like, I wish I was home snuggling with my dog right now. I'd feel so much better. It's like, yes, there is a reason for that. Totally, totally. So don't worry. I'm going to end this whole presentation today. I want to say end this story. We're going to end on like a very happy note so that way you're not left in the sense of, yeah, we're like, we all don't like our lives and we want our lives to be much better. And we'd like to be home snuggling with our dogs instead of selling our time at things we don't necessarily enjoy. Because at the foundation of everything that I'm telling you about in terms of lifestyle and the things that are in your control, a lot of things are going to sound like, well, of course, I'd love to do that. Like, I'd love to live on a beach and wear a bikini and drink coconuts. And I have to go to my job. And like people live in non-ideal cities and they have to, whatever, be in a smelly subway car. We have to change everything about that. So I'm very aware of that. So please, in my sharing, please go gentle on me with your mind because I'm really trying to give the ideal sense, not to make you feel bad about what you don't have or frustrated in the limitations of your life, but to validate your desires and give you a mental bridge as to how to get into an optimized circumstance for your life. All right, good. Sticking with me. Excellent. So follow dogs and cats and what they do also, because not just their snuggles feel really good, but their lifestyle and the way that they do things feels really good. And like dogs love to roll on grass. They love like just, they take a bath by rolling around on all of that greenery. So biochemically, what is good here? All of those little grass feathers or fronds, I want to call them, they all emit energy. And they are all singing in like a big giant choir. And when you walk on them, their energy comes into you. Of course, if you're wearing sneakers or sandals, it still comes into you, just not as directly. But ideally, like if there's no dog poop or broken glass, and it's just beautiful, clean, fresh grass with no parasites or gross stuff on it, roll around on it. And did you ever do that as a kid? I want to say, can you remember like pretending you're a log and like rolling down a hill that's grassy. And, you have to be careful that you don't roll into things, but like it's so much fun. You absorb the joy of the grass. All right, Tom, you absorb the joy of the grass. And also, so the grass is emitting joy, you're absorbing that. On a optical biochemical level, you are absorbing optical and skin absorbable frequencies from grass. The optical frequencies are the color green, and the other frequencies are infrared. So although infrared has the word red in the title, it is actually emitted or reflected by greenery. And this is also part of why forest bathing is so positive and health affirming. That means just walking through the sun dappled light of trees where you have a forest canopy. So if you just have rows of trees where they're not really kind of like up over you, it's not as good. Trees create that toroidal energy field where they have the stem in the middle and their big giant canopy over the top, and of course their roots underneath. So when you're walking through these beautiful forests that have the over your head canopy, you're in their energetic bubble. Trees love you. Please comprehend, like in the same way that grass is so generous and so giving and so indefatigable, trees are also ultimately generous. They really love us so much. When you walk in a forest, the trees aren't like, get away from me, you human. You're so polluted and mediocre. Stop stealing my energy. Instead, they're like this. They're like, come on in, bring it on in, hug me, hug me. They're like, come on in, walk through my energy field. Feel it, feel it. There's one particular oak tree, even though it's not like in a whole group of forests, but there's a particular tree that I'm friends with that's down at the park. My dog and I walk past it all the time. And it's kind of like it's got a big giant trunk and big giant canopy, and the canopy kind of even like almost touches the ground. It makes a perfect toroidal shape. And we walk underneath there, and the tree is like, bring it in, come on over. And I've usually got my headphones on, and because I like to dance and have fun with my dog. My dog is running. So yeah, we get beautiful energy from that tree, and we also give beautiful energy to that tree. Forest bathing and absorbing energy from plants. And you know what I was thinking? Like, you could do a microgreens garden in order not only for eating the plants, but also just for absorbing that energy. Because I many times grew like, trays of very small, densely planted, either like broccoli or clover or something like that. It grows really, really easily. And then just touching it with my hand was such a lift, even beyond the food that I could consume. So I actually was joking about having an indoor moss forest. I actually think that growing trays of microgreens and then just kind of like touching them, petting them, and absorbing that greenery could be very positive. And also that's very affordable. Okay, but biochemically, when you're absorbing greenery and the greenness of the beautiful photosynthetic world around you, you're absorbing life force energy, and it flows into you, through you, and then, of course, uplifts you, and then you uplift others. So you become part of this ecosystem of energy, too. Okay? So absorbing energy from dogs and cats, absorbing energy from plants, being able to have a connection to nature. All of these things are hugely important. I'll get to your questions and comments. We can talk about food. Food is, of course, another way that you basically, the answer to all of this is you must live your life as an artist. Living life and staying alive is an artistry and a dance. And artistry and these types of aesthetics have to do with making choices about what is beautiful. So you also have to try to do things that bring you towards beauty and that create beauty. And so we're moving away from materialism. We're also moving away from mere utilitarianism. And there are many cultures in your world that were very civilized and that valued beauty. In the United States right now, I'm making this face. I'm like, not so much. And probably not in your areas of the world, but maybe possibly. But make a concerted effort to restore beauty to your world. So you can see a little bit of my home here. I'm covered in artwork everywhere. Every inch of the walls that I could possibly, put up something I have. And also every place where I have natural light and windows, I always have plants. And that's part of like surrounding myself with beauty. And you can always approximate this. Don't have to spend $1 million on original art, but you can buy wall hangings or other things that bring color into your world. So you need to eat color. It is eating light. You need to eat light from the sunlight. I've talked a lot about sungazing, so I don't want to gloss over that, but I've talked about that a lot in class and even done demonstrations. So let's just mention it and emphasize that huge. This is part of lifestyle. How do you do longevity and coherence? Got to have a relationship with light. And that equates to wake up when the sun comes up. And you guys are like, that's painful. That's early. Do I really have to do that? I'm like, yes, you really have to do that. And you will start to find that it's very joyful. I am a morning person. Don't hate me. And my name is literally synonymous with the word dawn, and that is very apt and accurate. But yeah, I wake up when the sun comes up no matter what, even if I've had a super late night. So even if I stay up till 2 a.m., whatever, watching a movie or something like that, then I will still wake up at 6:30 when the sun comes up. It means I would just be extremely sleep deprived. But also my circadian rhythm feels when the sun goes down, like, oh, creative stuff is done now. So I orchestrate my day so that if I'm going to do my painting or my artwork, my music, other activity type of stuff, I try to do that like when the sun is really strong, like in the middle of the day, or the light comes in here, like, in the mid-afternoon. That's when I'll do a lot of my painting. So like the light, so you can see it sometimes during class in the wintertime, the light comes in, it's like flooding that whole area. And to me, it's like, I need to be in the light. I need to absorb the light. I need to have the light coming into my eyes. And key point, I need to see all the colors in my paintings. Like when I make my paintings, I make them for the end product that I can see on the wall reflecting into my eyes. But the process of making them means that for many hours, I am looking at all of these colors and all of these patterns, and I am bathing my eyes with that information. And that's my ideal. That gives me, in my customized world, longevity and coherence. And it's so much better than at other times in my life when I was not in control of my time and I had to sell my time for money. Then I was spending a lot of my time in front of a computer, and I was absorbing all the false light from a computer, doing tasks that were not well calibrated to who I am. But being in front of a computer can be positive if you're doing tasks that are well calibrated to who you are. So I'm going to get back to surrounding yourself with beauty, but let's talk now about, so you guys know me, I'm doing these teachings to you, and I'm in front of the computer a lot, and I had to figure out a way to make it positive for my energetic hygiene because I love the activity. I love the activity of talking to you, teaching, sharing, and communicating with you. What I did not love about this activity was too much exposure to the light of the computer and too much sitting and being shaped like an L. And so I mitigated both of those two things. That's why I walk on the treadmill all the time, because I'm not just doing this class. Like I do a lot of personal session work, a lot of meetings, a lot of like communication work that if I was sitting like an L, I would be sitting like an L for hours a day. And my body was never very happy with that. So I got the treadmill about 2 years ago, and my body is so much happier now. I learned it's not the computer itself. It's not like there's vibes coming off of the computer that were reducing my longevity or making me feel less vital. It's that I didn't like having to be seated so much. And so I listened to my body. Basically, first what I did was I was like, I don't like sitting in a chair. I'll sit kind of like balanced on a stool, but even that wasn't good enough. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll just stand up. But then I was like, that's not that comfortable really to just stand in one place for 4 hours. And then I was like, I just got an idea one day. It's my body talking to me. It was like, just get a treadmill. And I was like, get a treadmill. So this I feel actually really comfortable sharing and encouraging other people towards, because it's not like a lavish lifestyle thing. Like moving to a beach and wearing a bikini all year long and drinking a coconut, like not everybody, you can do that if you have whatever, $1 million billion in the bank. But if you have to be responsible to your money generating activities, you can't necessarily do that. Most of us are working on the computer right now. Many people work remotely. Get an under-desk treadmill. You will be transformed. I'm telling you. And they make them pretty inexpensively now. I think I got one that was about $150. That was my first one that I got. that I walked on for like a year, and then it broke because like I walk on it all day long. But then I got a better one that's a little bit more expensive. So I think $150, like that's in the budget. And I'm telling you, for like something that transforms your life, like it's totally, totally worth it. Yeah. Cause I used to be like, oh no, like now I have to do a meeting. It's going to be like so many hours of sitting, and I'd be looking out the window, pining away, be like, it's a beautiful day. I wish I was walking around outside. And now when I'm like this, I'm like, okay, body, you don't have to feel unhappy because you're inside walking and being attentive to the responsible things that you have to do. So do something similar in your own life. Because we're transitioning out of the dead carcass, but we're not yet being just totally celebrated and sustained by whatever, like the magical good fairy. Like here's you've done a good job, and now poof, I sprinkle magical fairy dust on top of you, and you have everything you need. Like I know that would be very, very nice. Or there's a very cute TV show. It's like a little cartoon show on Netflix. If I stay up till 2 a.m, it's usually watching something like that, and because it's just episode after episode, it's very addictive. But they go on these little journeys and adventures together. This is the main character and her dog Cat, who reminds me a lot of my dog. And they do their little adventure, and then they come home. They magically poof back to their couch, and then a portal opens up above them, and they are showered with money for their efforts. Unless something like that happens for you, you will be performing tasks that serve yourself and your community and earning money in response to them. You're responsible to those tasks. But let's talk about fine-tuning them, and also ways that you can honor your body while you're doing those tasks. So I also, and I've got solidarity with you, because sometimes I have worked, in offices and places outside of my home. So I want you to know that about me. Even though it wasn't optimum, I made it into a lemons and lemonade situation, because I got to feel like what is going on in those work situations, and how can I send out optimization to other people. So also sometimes you can't bring a treadmill to work, even if some offices are more open to that. But I would do a lot of like taking a break at my desk. And a lot of what I would do is like, Photoshop and other things on the computer. So it's appropriate, like, every 45 minutes or so, stand up, and you have to do like stretching and, do the things that I joke about on Tuesday morning, like the supermarket stretch, or things you can do them in your office. You won't get fired. And also to normalize moving your body throughout your day, because that also is something that everyone is dealing with. So how do you come out of the dead carcass? Really by mentoring others and being a template for ideal behavior. Also, sometimes I've been at meetings where like everyone is sitting around in a circle, and before we get going, like maybe people introduce their names or whatever. I remember one time a woman introduced herself, and she said, "My name is blah, blah, blah. Please don't mind me. I will have to stand up and stretch out my body several times," or something like that. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was like, "Don't mind me when I stand up and stretch." And I was like, you can do that at meetings like this? Like, I like this. I'm going to do that. Please know that when you live in freedom, and you live in the freedom and the decolonization of your body, you radiate that freedom to others. And that you don't have to stick with the indoctrination and cultural impositions that most people learned in elementary school and later on in high school about what it is to be an adult and what it is to be a responsible person. You can redefine what a responsible professional person does in this time and place. So it's refreshing. And many, many more people are embracing this as we are doing this. We are very, very, very far behind what we're supposed to have experienced. Like in 2020, we were supposed to just have a complete revolution. And instead, we kind of had like backsliding into negative and dysfunctional behavior. So it's a slow emergence from dysfunctional behaviors and a replacement with healthy behaviors in the professional world. Because, that in 2020 was when everyone started working from home, and being a digital nomad and not having to go into the office and all these different things. That was actually positive, but then everybody backslid back into materialism. So the aspects that were positive about that are when you are in control of your schedule, like if you work from home and you are in control of your schedule, that means you can wake up when the sun comes up. And I fragmented, I didn't finish that. Do your sungazing. And you can do sungazing in a variety of ways. Someone gave me this word, the solar callus. That is what you have to develop. just as like I'm pretty tan actually, and I've been out in the sun a lot. So I'm not that pale, but for most people, they spend all winter inside, and then in the springtime, they go outside and their skin is very, very pale. And you can get a sunburn, you can get overwhelmed by being in the sun too much at once. And so you have to go only a little bit at a time and not to have an ego about it and to wear some either protective clothing or like a mineral-based sunscreen that is healthy and positive, gradually increase the amount you can absorb. It's the same thing with sun gazing. So I always teach safe sun gazing for beginners. Until you develop your solar callus, you should not stare directly at the sun. Experts, you probably have already evolved and experienced a different level of capacitation, which is at a certain point, and this involves the whole entire apparatus of your head, everything from your skull to your eyesight, to your pineal gland, to your diet. Avoiding seed oils is a big part of this, and embracing a healthy lipid balance inside of you. And then also a lot of other dietary aspects. And then also we'll talk about cannabis. All of these things have to be optimizing in your brain chemistry, and the optics of your eyes to be able to healthfully absorb light directly from the sun. So until you can withstand the intensity of the unfiltered sun, limit your exposure. So here are the things how you do sun gazing safely. I mostly teach people to sun gaze through your eyelids because you're still going to get a lot of the infrared and the light shines through your eyelids, but you will not burn your eyes. Another thing you can do is squinting so that it's kind of through your eyelashes. Another thing is wear a hat with a brim that kind of comes down. Another thing is filtered curtains, like lacy curtains. Another thing is through the filtering leaves of a tree, non-direct exposure. And then also, I always place my tongue on the roof of my mouth when I do sun gazing. And I'm envisioning that I send like a tendril of myself to the sun. So it's not a passive activity at all. It's very intentional. And then also you do it for a moment and then you're done. And then the next day, a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer. And you do that as the summertime comes forward, and you do it always at the beginning of the day, so that way you acclimate and you get that solar callus. So sun gazing intentionally at sunrise and sunset is very important. And it's best to do it without any glasses or contacts because those also filter out some of the natural light, the food that you can eat. You also eat light through your skin. And so I'm going to reaffirm things from 10 years ago, but I'm also going to tell you in this world now, you have to protect yourself from false light. So there's not only the sun simulator, which is false light outside, but there's all of these LED and other forms of electronic light that are really not healthy and that are corrosive to the light body. And they're in and on almost everything. So in my home where I'm in control of my life, I have only incandescent light bulbs. On all of my electronics, where I admit I'm in front of electronics for many hours, I have it yellow shifted. So in Apple products, go into general settings, find display, go into advanced settings and find night shift, and then put the slider all the way to yellow and click like manually enable. And then just do that every day before you get on your computer. When I don't do that and I turn on my computer, first thing, this is me, waking up in the morning, my eyes aren't even open. I'm like making coffee, I'm in my pajamas, I'm acting this whole thing out. And I open up my computer, I turn it on, and it opens up and it's like, oh, it's so white, it's so bright. I'm like, oh my God, I can't see. I turn it on immediately with that. And same thing with the phone, and same thing with the tablet. So do it on all of these things and you will save your eyesight. Literally, the blue light that comes off of our computer screens creates macular degeneration through overwhelming the photosensitive receptors, which need some time of not being stimulated. So your eye health and your mental health and your metabolism and your mitochondria all need some time away from blue light. If you were a primal human, you would have that time at night after the sun goes down when you would not have blue light. And you would not necessarily have total darkness for your, melatonin production. You would have candles, lamplight, campfires. And that's the best thing. So if I were a doctor, I'm not a doctor. I am not a doctor, but if I were a doctor, here's what I would prescribe to people. I'd be like, okay, I want you to get up with the sun before you put on your contact lenses. I want you to bathe your face in the sun and do some sun gazing. All right. Then I want you to do the same thing at the end of the day when the sun goes down. I want you to have your little coffee talk with the sun, tell it all about your life and about everything that's happening, non-verbally, of course. And then when the sun goes down, then build a campfire and toast your body in front of the campfire, cook some positive food, and stare at the flames, or bask your eyes in the glow of the flames. Then when you are tired, go to sleep. That's what I would prescribe to you. This is like this is how the primal human and how your body was actually created to be able to function. So when I talk about rejuvenation, regeneration, people are using their eyes and their retinas in ways that your body was never intended to be used for. Very corrosive and harmful. You can do it for a certain amount of time, but it is not sustainable. Yes, the blue blocker or amber vision glasses are positive and will help you with this as well. And believe me, I'm as addicted to Netflix as anyone. I got to watch my cartoons or my silly shows or whatever it is. So I try to do it, through the yellow shifted stuff. And also you can see my bedroom is right here. And I have my red light on because Chiki's snoozing in there. Princess Chiki is in her bed and she loves it. So we've got the red chicken light. So I'm always at the end of my day getting the red light on me and getting that red light into my eyes. You have to balance out the blue light that you're exposed to with red light. And that's not just in your eyes, it's also on your body. This is as much an absorber of light as your eyes are. And most of our modern culture involves totally covering up people's bodies before you go out into the sun. I'm also well aware that there are some places where you can live that it's not healthy to be out in the sun. So believe me, and Southern California, sometimes of the year, you should not be out in the sun. You should be either in the shade or wear long sleeves and everything. I understand. But I'm talking about like if you live in Milwaukee or upstate New York and you have to be always covered all the time, people are severely light deficient. So in order to have longevity, you have to spend more time outside in the sun. And you're like, Aurora, this sounds a lot like you're telling us to like go on vacation and have a lot of fun and walk through trees and do forest bathing and be in the sun. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm telling you. And not spend so much time staring at my phone and my computer. This is exactly what you need to do for your life. This is what you need to do for your life. So it's a bit simplistic for me to be like, well, if you would like to live a long, healthy life, like stop doing all the things that shorten people's existence. And also, please know, you have to revolutionize your world because all of these things that people do, they're not by accident. They are engineered to shorten your existence. So now I have to talk about the concept of telomeres. This is a scientifically induced concept. It's something that people from the world of materialism talk about. It is, let's say, an accurate description of the innate genetic limitations that were placed on humans so that you would only live maybe like 100 years maximum. But it's really more, science talks about it as being like, here, you're this long, then you're this long, then you're this long, then you're this long, now you're dead, right? Like your telomeres are shrinking because I know that they can perceive that, but it's not totally accurate, but it's something of a concept that I don't really want you to embrace because I want you to know that you can get out any information that was spliced into you that's basically trying to tell you that you have a limited lifespan. You have an unlimited lifespan. And that these supposed genetic evidences of the limitation of your life are really genetic behaviors. That once you start to change, evolve, and eat light, your DNA and your genes behave differently, you become shaped differently, and those limitations are not going to be your limitations anymore. Now we talk about what is known as the morphogenic field or the morphogenetic field. That is a waveform or an energy imprint of you when you're in your ideal states of total health and vitality that predates your molecular form of your DNA. First comes this energetic imprint of you happy and healthy at your ideal age. Then comes the physical blueprint, which is your DNA. Then there's the DNA expression of how like that song is played into reality through your somatic cellular body. But let's say, what if there's a problem with the level of DNA? What if there's a mutation, a transcriptional error, or some type of thing that goes into you that makes you wildly distorted and changes all that information? When I talk about restoring to factory settings, you bypass or clear the DNA and you go back to that energy imprint, the morpho field that is who you are before you're even a molecule, and you re-imprint your DNA, you re-imprint your cellular structure on that's how you're supposed to be shaped. So please just clear away any of these science stories about telomeres. Those are really narrative structures that no longer serve you, that were invented to help you comprehend and recognize what was going on in the world around you in terms of aging. What's really happening with aging is friction. And friction is friction in your life when you are not in optimum circumstances and when you're not doing the things you really want to do. So feeling non-motivated is really an evidence of friction. When you're like, you wake up in the morning and you're about to get out of bed and you're like, oh no, I have to go to work. That non-motivation is friction. You are on a non-optimum timeline where you then have to be like in your mitochondria. You have to be like, okay, mitochondria, let's go. Let's go. And you know what people mostly do? Drink coffee. I'm not judging you. I drink decaf, but some mornings I have needed to drink coffee. But I try to optimize my life so that way I'm not feeling like, oh no, I have to do this thing. I better drink some coffee because then I'll have energy. But that's what most people do. They abuse coffee. They're like coffee, coffee, coffee because it gets them going and helps them move through the friction. But what you really need to do is remove the friction from your life. And for me, the friction is not that I have to, at this point in my life, do tasks that I don't want to do. Mostly I'm feeling overwhelmed with too many tasks that I do want to do. And that's why I have done too much stuff and I'm tired. And my body is like, I'm tired. And I'm like, well, you still have to do stuff. Then you drink coffee. So this is also a problem. Like when you like what you do and you're not living a mediocre life, but you're just doing too much, because for energetic hygiene and for longevity, you must also budget in or make a schedule a part of your day for restfulness, for doing not a lot of stuff. And that is also another lifestyle thing that people might be like, well, easy for you to say, Aurora, like you are a single person, you don't have a family, you don't have to take care of all these children, and everybody needs a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I'm like, girl, I hear you. And it's very truthful. So please recognize that you'll have to create a balance and a customized fit in your own life of how you're able to balance out to caring for others, caring for your family. These are good tasks and things that you like to do that are not mediocre, but also must recharge your own batteries. That's a big part of it. So each person has to find that out. Every organism needs to recharge their own batteries. So even my little dog, she's really social. She loves to go around town, like walk in all the shops, and they all love her. And, they give her like a little cookie or something like that. But then after we walked all around and she's met a lot of people, at a certain point, she's like, I'm done. She's like, I'm tired. I want to go home to my dog bed. And then she like takes me on the leash. She's like, whoop, takes me on the leash, goes right where we want to go home, and then plops in her dog bed and then recharges. And she basically says to me, like, I'll see you in a few minutes. Like, don't talk to me for right now. And I respect her boundaries. And I give her dog nap. It's usually like 20 or 30 minutes. Then she pops up, totally refreshed. And she's like, hey, let's play. What's the next cool thing that we're doing? Okay. So please be like my dog. She has really, really clear boundaries. She's a great example of this. She's got a social battery. She's ready to go out. She's got energy. That's what I mean by having a battery to share socially. And then when she's out of battery power, she's like, oh, I'm tired. Time for me to go home now. And she has no problem with being rude. I'm always apologizing for her. I'm like, sorry, my dog is so rude. We have to go now. And we'll go home. And then she's rude to me. She's like, yeah, get out of my face. I need to sleep now. And if I try to hug her too much, she's like, grr. I love it. And then when she's ready, then she comes out and she's like, okay, let's play. Let's do some more cool stuff now. Please be like her. Don't growl at people, but please have very, very clear, well-established boundaries of like when you're done, and your social battery might not even last as long as Cheeky's does. You might be done in like 45 minutes. You're done. And you're like, I need to get out of here. That is a really, really big, huge thing because what we're talking about is your energy field. When you interact with other people, this is your energy field. Aspects of your energy flow to other people. when it's positive social interaction, you're still losing some of your energy, but you are positively feeding it to another person. And then, of course, they have goodwill and kindness towards you in community. When you need energy and you see them, they send it to you. And that's really wonderful. I get that all the time. Like Chiki and I might be walking down the road and a car goes by and someone just says out the window, like, hey, Aurora, like, we love you. Like one of my friends, someone who I know. And that's it. It's just like drive by, love bomb. And then you get that energy. It's very, very beautiful. It's reciprocal and it is non-draining. So this is also a big part of longevity, where you recognize you have to live in community. You don't want to live in a type of community where you are afraid of your community members or where you want to run away from them because they're so horrible and uncool. I've lived in a neighborhood like that. That's what San Diego was like. And I was like, get me out of this place. Get me away from these people. And I lived in an apartment that had like a gate at the front and, then a central courtyard and then the apartments. And the gate was like to keep out the raving, lunatic, drug addict, homeless people that were all around that community. And it was very uncomfortable. I lived there only for like a very brief amount of time, whatever, maybe 6 months, 7 months. It's not good to live that way. And of course, the bars on the gate that keep out the raving lunatics are very much about imprisonment for you. And I joked about that with some of the other apartment dwellers there. Really did feel like bars on a prison. So you want to live in order to have energetic hygiene and longevity, you must optimize where you live. You want to live in a place where you're not facing a huge amount of friction just by exiting your front door and walking around in your community. That is non-ideal. And you should walk around in a community feeling like not only that you're safe and not going to get mugged or whatever, but you should feel celebrated. That's how I feel here, because Chiki and I walk around all the time and we have friends and people that we say hi to. And then when they see us, they're like, oh, hi, we like that person. We like that dog. And it feeds your energy. So just like you walk underneath trees and the trees are like, hooray, I love you, have some energy. When you walk through a positive, healthy community with good energy dynamic, it feeds you and it helps to elevate you. And so, walking with Chiki is really one of the high points of my day. It's not just for cardio or burning off calories. It's for the social energy. Energetic hygiene and longevity involves good social energy. We can speak a little bit now in antithesis. When people are put into senior housing care, like when they are isolated from their family, having to go and live in large, like warehoused type of buildings where they're just around other people who are at the end of their lives and they're not getting a lot of social energy from the outside world, like they're pretty much just in that building all the time, their health goes way down because it's literally they're being starved of positive social energy. So none of that is ideal at all. None of that is the way that their lives are being shortened, not by their telomeres, but because they stay inside and don't connect with their community. And to the alternative, people that I know who are in, their 80s and, their later years, who live in community and who see each other and who have a variety of interactions every day, they're staying alive. They're doing much better than people of the same age that go into an isolation and live in a building. And you guys, of course, you know this. You know that on an intuitive level, and you probably know that from your own family members. Not ideal to go into isolation. And it's not ideal to talk about young people again. That's for people that might be 80. Let's talk about teenagers. Teenagers are often extremely isolated, and that can definitely, they are starved for positive social energy, and they don't necessarily die of heart attacks and cancer like people in an old age home would die of, but sometimes they die of substance abuse, self-harm, or some other form of giving up. They're not being fed. You have to be fed. So I'm just synthesizing a lot of what I've spoken about already today. You have to feed your body with beauty. You have to feed your body with light. You have to feed your body. We'll talk about optimum food, but you have to feed your body also with positive social interactions. And some of that can be just hanging out. Some people I know around town just not that deeply, and we don't talk that deeply, but you need to have positive food of social interactions at every level. So that means shallow daily conversations, deeper friendships where people know more about your ups and downs, profound friendships with people who are like your loyal, like ride or die people, and then intimate partners that you would share anything with and that, can access any area of your body, right? You got to have the whole spectrum. You got to have everybody like that in your life. And that is a food that sustains you. That's essential. Our world that we live in right now, this that we're coming out of, and not that we live in right now, the world that we are coming out of, really intentionally degraded or destroyed or cut off all of those sources of positive social energy. That it was a very intentional campaign to isolate the individual. Everything from, let's say, like the 1700s and the 1800s and the Industrial Revolution, that it took people out of small rural communities where interactions were meaningful and also took people away from their ancestral homeland. Basically, like you live on the farm, you work for the family farm, you live with your whole family, and everybody knows everybody in the town. And what happened was people moved to the anonymity of cities. They dispersed, their families lost cohesion. People lost a lot of that positive social energy. And then fast forward several years into the technological revolution where everything is done over the computer. And instead of really having meaningful interactions or even shallow, fun social interactions, most people are talking to someone on the phone, social media on the phone, or video meetings like this. Now, I am not decrying this video meeting because it allows us to talk to people who are in Mexico, Australia. Like, we wouldn't be talking if we didn't have the video meeting and many other diverse places. And I love you guys. I'm very, very happy that we do this. But I hope that each one of you and each one of us has people in our immediate community that we can have face-to-face, energetic friendship with, because when you're face-to-face or in someone's presence, you have energy back and forth. Just like when you walk under a tree, you get energy back and forth between you and the tree. Or when you hug a dog or a cat, you get energy back and forth between you and the cat. So your energy body is essential for your longevity. You have to feed your energy body. If you only existed like in a bare concrete warehouse with no plants and no animals and no nothing, it's just you and a computer, like that would be a death for your energy body because you wouldn't be getting any of the life force that you need. So what I would encourage each one of you to do in your home is also, like, you can tell I have lots of plants, and what I did to mitigate all of this technological stuff, because you don't see it, but I have my computer and my music making gear and a piano and like all sorts of electronics here. But so what I do is I have like a giant plant right here behind my computer and more plants over here, more living stuff, plants over here. It's a big part of my day is like when I go around and I water all the plants and I take care of them. And of course, making sure that the windows are open so the plants get their photosynthesis, like make sure I feed my plants and take care of them. And then also what else do, so I do that intentionally to create a positive energy field around me. There's a little balcony. I have plants on my little balcony. Then there's also a larger shared communal garden down there. I don't have personal plants down there, but there's lots of plants and trees. And sometimes I water them with the hose just as a way of saying like, thank you for being alive. And I have a friendship with those plants. And that particular tree, I also dance lasagna underneath that tree. So now that we're good friends because the tree is like, oh, like you're coming over here with your music. You're going to do your thing. And of course, you guys also know I have my little dog Cheeky, who is a major part of this is energy. And this type of energy is even more precious than something that is made with petroleum like gasoline or something like that. This is life force energy. And cultivating your energy field and life force energy is like the greatest level of personal artistry. And it also is how you cultivate longevity and stay alive. So mostly in the industrialized world, as it was intentionally machinated, not only are you broken apart from your community and your family, but also the idea of moving a lot. When you move your house, like when you relocate, you have to rebuild your energy field each time. So many people live in a place for a year, they rent, and then they move on to the next place. And it takes at least a year to build your energy field. It is a force field that is esoteric. And when you move, you also have to move your energy field with you, which is kind of like scooping it. Like you put your possessions in cardboard boxes, but you have to get your energy with you and then bring your energy to the next place, right? So it's not that easy to do. And it is hugely vulnerable. You're made very vulnerable if you have to always move around without your energy field. Like that's really what people get communicable diseases like the cold, the flu, the crapola, or whatever. It's because they have low energy field. You have to create your strong energy field. If you think about it like a wolf that is a feral animal walking around, it has this very thick coat and the hair sticks out all around it. And it's like nothing can get in, even though it's, hair and it's soft and everything like that. But like fleas can't get in, ticks can't get in, rain and mud and everything just kind of like goes right off. It's having a strong energy field. When you have a strong energy field, it is having an energetic immune system. And it also means like not only microbially do you reject pathogens, but also behaviorally. When you have a strong energy field, you're like, no, get out of here. I don't want you. And when you don't have a strong energy field, that's when pathogenic people come towards you. And when I was in San Diego is full of pathogenic people. It was so hard for me to hold up my energy shield and be like, get away from me, get away from me. Like, I don't want any of these people coming near me. So yeah, now I have a much, much better life because I've been able to live in this place and cultivate my energy field. And I'm strong and I'm able to repel the people away that I don't want to come near me. And then also able to attract and interact with positive people in my community that I would want to be near me. So yeah, even you'll see this happen if you ever live in an apartment building or a shared house with housemates. Like you hold your integrity and you hold your positive energy shield around you. And if there are conflicts or people who are non-ideal, somebody's going to have to move. And I've had that happen very many times. Sometimes I was the person who had to move. And then I moved joyfully because I was like, get me out of here. I can't wait to move. But sometimes I was like, no, I'm in the place where I'm supposed to be. I think someone else needs to move. And then that's what happens. And so, in the highest self sense, you just celebrate. You're kind of like, good luck on your journey. See you never. Good luck. Side eye, side eye. Side eye, side eye. Good luck where you're going. I'm very silly sometimes. I shared a little bit with you guys last year about one of my neighbors here who was anti-lasagna. He moved. Now we have a beautiful community. But anyway, energetic hygiene has to do with creating your energy force field around you and then keeping it clear. Here are different things that you can do. First, you have to build your energy field. Then you have to keep it clear. How do you keep it clear? You can do that with clearing with your hand vortexes. My hands are shaped like two tornadoes or vortexes. When I am going forward like this, I'm putting energy into something. But when I'm leading with my wrist, I am reducing energy. This is how you clear. And you can clear your own body. Like this is me clearing my throat chakra. Clear, clear, clear. This is me clearing my heart. Clear, clear, clear. And then clear all the way back into the back of the room. Clear, clear, clear. Sometimes I will do clear, clear, clear all the way through my home, all the way around me. Sometimes I go through the walls to the neighbors, up above, clear air traffic up above me, clear it all, clear it all, clear it all, bring it all the way down into the earth, clear all the way down to the earth. Like you can clear just with yourself, okay? You can also use energy clearing tools. Sage is an excellent energy clearing tool. If you live in a place where you can ignite the sage, I don't know if I have any right here, it's in the bathroom because the bathroom is a good place to burn sage. Like after you make doo-doos and it smells, burn sage. Because not only does sage create an energetic, esoteric clearing, but the thujones that are these aromatic terpenes have an actual antiseptic, antibacterial quality to it, and burning them in the air actually clears bacteria and biological pathogens out of the air. And there's a pretty famous, I don't remember which pope, but it was during one of the bubonic plague, I want to say episodes from medieval Europe. He barricaded himself during one of the plagues in his private quarters and just burned lots and lots of sage in like a fireplace full of sage. He filled his whole place up with sage smoke. And that probably did do some help in terms of clearing the air of pathogens. So the bathroom is one place where you really want to clear the air of pathogens. And so, yeah, you can do that at least once a day. It's wonderful to do. And so you can incinerate or ignite sage in order to clear your home. Just having it burn will be helpful, but also you guys are adept masters in training. You must use your esoteric energy and your intention to clear. So if you have, let's say this pen is a wand of sage that has been ignited, the way that you clear is by moving in clockwise circumferences around anything that is a square. That includes a window, like I just cleared the window here. There, a door. This window back here, you would clear each individual window pane. So if you were clearing, you'd be like, clear, wait, let's do it properly. Clear, 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 clear. You do all of those. You can do it with your mind. You can do just one big giant clearing of the entire window structure. But if you clear all the squares, because in these 90-degree angles, that's where energy tends to accumulate, like energetic dust bunnies, okay? And you're clearing emotional energy. So when you clear your house with sage, you begin with the east and you go around in these clockwise motions, every place where there's a square. And as you're clearing, you say things like, I am so happy and grateful for my beautiful home. Like, I'm so happy and grateful for my beautiful door that I am able to enter into my home. Or I'm so happy and grateful for my beautiful window that lets in the light. And then you go around your whole house here. I'm so happy and grateful for Cheeky. She's coming over here. This is Cheeky over here. You go through each of your homes and you're like, I'm so happy and grateful for my computer. And I'm so happy and grateful for my art studio, and go into your kitchen. Be like, I'm so happy and grateful for all of my food in the food room over here, and into your bathroom. I'm so happy and grateful for the bathroom. You can say, I'm so happy and grateful because in my bathroom, I have privacy and sanctity, and I can do all the things I need to do in here. Like, this is important stuff. Gratitude and clearing go together, because when you're clearing negative emotional energy, things that cause friction and things that take you out of a blissful moment. And so when you clear your house, you clear energy. You also, of course, you must clean and sanitize your house, like wash things with vinegar, but you also must organize your house. Energetic hygiene of your house is directly equivalent to energetic hygiene of your body. The outside reflects the inside. If you have piles of unwashed laundry here in your living room or in your bedroom, that means you have piles of unprocessed emotional stuff inside of you. When you do the laundry, you must recognize that you're processing emotional stuff. You're like, I'm not processing anything, Aurora. Like, I'm washing my dirty underpants. Underpants became dirty during emotional experiences. And the nice thing is they make this stuff called laundry detergent that washes away all the negative emotional experiences. And you throw it in the machine, and the machine washes away all of your negative emotional experiences. Then you get it out, and then you dump clean laundry on the bed, and you're like, here I am. I'm so happy and grateful. I'm so abundant with my clean laundry. Like, you can be a millionaire just by having done a load of laundry and have all of your clean, like, t-shirts and underwear. I'm telling you, that is energetic hygiene. And that is a big part of living a long life. You're like, Aurora is telling us that if we want to live a long life, we don't have to eat nothing but lentils and meditate. We need to do the laundry. I'm like, yes, that is correct. But you need to mindfully do the laundry. So, and I don't want you to become like a professional laundry doer and like, well, if doing my laundry is going to help me ascend, what about if I do everybody's laundry and then I'll be a cleaning lady and then I have everybody to ascend? And I call myself the cosmic cleaning lady, but believe me, do your own laundry. You don't have to do everybody else's figurative or literal laundry in life. We all need to do our own laundry. But please recognize that laundry is a very real energetic transformation. Anytime you're clearing, you're cleaning. Anytime you're cleaning, you're clearing. You're clearing emotional energy. Doing the dishes is the same thing. But also, I think you guys know me at this point. I don't really like having to do the dishes. Here are the things I don't like. And I can tell you why I find it to be energetically draining. I have to get my hands wet and dirty. and I smell through my fingertips. And I really don't like to have to touch like dried on eggs or like gross hummus or whatever. Like I can smell all that stuff through my hands. And then even when I wash my hands later, I still feel like I've got that stuff like underneath my fingertips. So I always wear gloves to do everything, to do every cleaning, scrubbing, and all of that. So I don't like that. I find it energetically draining. And because there is a cleaning like after every meal, like you're processing it in your body, but you're also cleaning the dishes. I'm like, it's very laborious and choreful for me to clean all of that stuff. So what I did was I got a little countertop dishwasher. And that again is like, it helps me with energetic hygiene because otherwise, every time I'm scrubbing, I'm like, my life force energy is melting away. I'm like, I could do so much better things with my life, but I have to scrub this stupid dish. Anytime you feel that feeling, that's the antithesis of bliss. That is friction. That was me in friction. Think about what you can do to optimize your life. So really big stuff. You will die if you just complain endlessly without fixing anything. Getting that dishwasher for me was a life-affirming choice where I'm like, I'm not going to complain about my dishes and chorefully scrubbing away. I'm going to get a machine and I'm going to super efficiently do my dishes. Boom, 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 boom. It takes 5 minutes. Get the machine to do it. In any amount of way that you can do that in your world, optimize your life. So what I don't do is I don't pretend it away. I don't live in denial. I don't simply fill my sink full of dirty dishes and then expect someone else to do it. And I definitely don't let dirty dishes sit there and get like gross, like rats and cockroaches. That was not, I had a roommate that did that once. It's not okay. No, we don't do that. You find a creative solution that helps you to maintain your energy so that your energy isn't drained by these choreful things. So some things you can recontextualize. Like, first of all, like there is a laundry machine here. We do not wash our clothes in the river. And so that's definitely a labor-saving, time-saving device. But some people even like grumble about like, oh, like I have to put the clothes in the washer. I have to put the soap in the washer. I know, 5 minutes of effort. It's a lot, but really, truthfully, I'm being moderately sarcastic there. Recontextualize that activity. Be like, oh, like there's a machine that's doing it for me. It takes me 5 minutes to set up the machine. Afterwards, I am abundant with clean laundry. That is how you do energetic hygiene on that task, and on the task like doing the dishes by hand. You're like, I'm not doing them by hand. I'm not going to not do them. I'm going to get a machine and figure out a way to do it. Use these as templates for your own life. Optimize your life. Figure out what are the choreful and corrosive activities that bring you away from your ideal timeline. See if there is a way for you to not do those activities, or to do them less, or to get a machine to do them, or to find a new creative solution, sometimes which involves deploying money. I had to buy a dishwasher. But every time I use my dishwasher, this is why it is good energetic hygiene. I sing its praises. I'm like, I'm so happy I spent blah, blah number of dollars on this magical machine that washes the dishes for me so I don't have to touch dirty, gross eggs and hummus, get that underneath my fingernails. Like, it's worth every penny to me. That is also energetic hygiene. Because when we're talking about money and commodification, the attitude that you have about the money that you have spent and that you have received is really a huge indicator of the health of your finances and how much money you will continue to receive. So coming out of the satanic carcass where things were wildly dysfunctional and did not reflect these basic truths, and coming into this world where your feeling state about things generates more of that thing or more feeling states about that thing, have a positive attitude about money and about abundance. You are not required to be a professional mendicant, as the stories of Jesus or some other, amazing teachers talk about that. Just tell yourself this: you do you, I do me. Maybe it was right for that guy to just own one pair of sandals, walk around the desert all the time, and just rely upon the kindness of strangers. That's Blanche Dubois from A Streetcar Named Desire. I will rely upon the kindness of strangers. I don't mean to be mocking Christ or anything like that. But some of these wandering yogi masters that rely upon the kindness of strangers, or nuns and monks in Asia, you don't have to live like that. You respect them if they want to live like that, but you don't have to live like that. And I will also tell you, when you are not a mendicant, you can make much better food choices that will help you to be energized and have longevity and to ascend much, much better than if you only eat what people offer to you, especially in this world of hyper-processed and extremely polluted foods. Food is a big part. Let's talk about food and water. Energetic hygiene also means like you're in supreme gratitude for your resources, more resources flow to you. You must have supreme gratitude for your water. You must drink non-fluoridated water. Do whatever you got to do, guys. Can't drink fluoride. Get a filter or buy bottled spring water or get reverse osmosis water at the health food store. But if your community is fluoridated, do not drink the water. I know it's difficult to shower in fluoridated water. There aren't really very many effective shower head filters. I think you can get some. I think they're a little bit expensive. I don't know if they really work that effectively. And in terms of filtering out fluoride, you have to get a really effective fluoride filter. There's Berkey, but Berkey is having a problem as a company at their filters being suppressed. So you might have to find a different fluoride filter or a whole house fluoride filter. Like, you gotta filter your water. And the second part is that's just biochemical. And you also want to be able to have a filter that's good enough to filter out like pathogens and particles and other people's undigested pharmaceutical molecules that might be in city water. Like, you have to filter your water. That's a big part of energetic hygiene, because essentially with energetic hygiene, what you're doing is making a boundary between yourself and the unhealthy, dysfunctional people in the world. And some city water is fluoridated, and sometimes it is recycled, where the pee-pees and poo-poos from the whole city get the water extracted from it, but they don't extract all of the metformin and birth control hormones, and then they put it back into your water. This is not good stuff, and I'm making my SpongeBob face because it's very, very bad stuff. So you really don't want to drink that stuff at all. And it's part of the carcass that you're coming out of. You got to change that whole world. But you must not only filter your water, you must structure your water, which is where you put like, the silica drops for changing the surface area, surface tension, but also it would be blessing it or speaking to it with gratitude. I have this written in my notes, basically all food and water. You must bless or express gratitude over all food and water before you ingest it. And that literally changes the molecular and energetic format of the substance that you are ingesting. It goes from being something that is merely a dead, inert substance. That's the concept from the dead carcass that you're coming out of. It's just a potato. It's just a this. It's just a that. It's a stupid molecule. It's a stupid calorie. Into recognizing that you're holding something that is a piece of pure light. I wish I had like a little cookie or something, but whatever. Like glucose. That is pure light. I will do my Path of Light class. I'll get my thing going again here. So I was planning on doing my Path of Light class this weekend. And this weekend is the equinox. And I've been in so many intense equinox energies that I feel like I cannot do another class. Then I'm like, maybe next weekend. And then I'm like, no, actually, I think it's going to be April. So thank you. And please understand, I keep on pushing it back, because it's not always that easy to juggle so many things at once. But I will restart my Path of Light class. It's important. I talk there so beautifully and lovingly about glucose, the molecule, as a embodiment example of pure light. And we move away from the cultural projections of carbs are bad, sugar is bad, sugar does bad stuff to your metabolism or your teeth or whatever, and just be like, no, glucose is a miracle. And trees and other beautiful plants create glucose as a part of their activity, which is miraculous, known as photosynthesis. And so glucose is the end result of a miracle. And when you're ingesting food, you're ingesting miracles. Please reconceptualize it that way. I'm holding up a cookie. Everyone, if I hold up a cookie, you'd be like, that's not sugar, chocolate, you're so naughty. I'm like, no, this is a miracle. This is a miracle. And I'm a miracle. And when I eat it, I'm going to eat it with the most amount of artistry that I can muster in that moment. That is time is art. And here are all the things that are activities where you ingest, but that are actually dances or art forms. Eating, drinking, breathing, sungazing, and lovemaking or having an orgasm. These are all not mere biological processes, and excreting too. These are artistries. I don't want you to get too focused on the idea of like what comes out in the toilet as being an artistry, but let's say this, being aware of your digestion through the whole process is a part of the artistry. And I'm a dancer. And when you're a dancer or you're an athlete, fueling your activities is a big part of being able to have longevity and to keep going. So you must eat joyfully, and then you must also recognize, how does it feel when I eat this food? Is it fueling my activities optimally? Or do I have a tummy ache? Or do I feel constipated? Or do I have this? Or do I have that? You have to honestly recognize this. When I did the first, I hope it's okay if I share this. When I did the first retreat last year in Sedona, and a wonderful chef, Chef Dave, I was sending out tons of positive energy to Chef Dave. And he made so many good things for us, even though I told him, like, okay, like, here's my desires and requirements for the menu, and here's how I eat, and here's what I would like. And Dave went a little heavy on like the cheese. I don't eat that much cheese. And so it really weighed down our dancers. I think the dancers got a little bit constipated. And then I had to learn, like, okay, next retreat, we have to optimize this menu so that way you're getting good calories, you're enjoying what you're eating, but also the digestion is optimum so that way you are feeling like happy and good with no tummy aches. This is really, really important stuff. This is like not, I mean, we're talking about it in fun, silly ways, but this is not a minor thing at all. Finding out and figuring out what is the optimum fuel for your body and your activity level is an art form. And then how you eat it throughout the day is an art form. So when I eat, and this is what I try to teach at my retreats, I do eat as an art form. It's never the same every day, but it's like you eat a little bit and then you see how you feel. And then you eat a little bit and you see how you feel. Mostly what people have done in the industrialized world is to say, it is food o'clock now. And at food o'clock, you will eat this much of this food. Then that is done. Then there's food o'clock over here. That's like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And that is like, again, the one size fits all solution that doesn't work because people have wildly different metabolisms. So you must listen to your body. So here's how you do food as an ascended being in training, right? First, you have to choose the right food and you have to be able to see the glow of the food. Glowing food will give you glow to your light body. Glowing food means that you're choosing exactly the right food to be on your path optimally in time. You can make it a game because that makes it a lot more fun. I did this more when I first came here as Aurora. Let's say if you go to the grocery store, AKA the food room, and there's all of those big, beautiful glass cases that might have like a display of all different types of prepared foods there. Like maybe there's chicken parmesan, or there's some macaroni, and then there's also like kale salad, and then there's also like fruit salad. There's all sorts of different things there. And just beyond any aspect of ingredients, because we're very aware of ingredients in this time and place and wanting to avoid genetically modified stuff and stuff that's not pure. Just looking at it from the sense of appropriateness for your body. When you look at different foods, some of them will glow, like they will talk to you. Some of them will even be an inevitability. Like if you have looked at everything in the case and you're like, the chicken is glowing, I'm going to get that. It's not even just that the entire pile of chicken is equitable and the same. There's one piece of chicken in there. That is the piece that is for you. And that is the piece that is glowing. And yes, you will drive the deli person somewhat crazy because you're going to be like, I'd like a piece of chicken, please. And they're going there with the tongs and they're about to get, and you're like, no, not that piece. I need that piece right there. And they're going to look at you and be like, you're one of those. You're like, yeah, I'm one of those. All right. I'm very specific. So drive them crazy. It's okay. And tell them Aurora said so. And then get your piece of chicken for you. Because what you're doing as you awaken your light body, and as you become more attuned to the information or light energy that comes in through your higher faculties, you will start to see and sense the future. And you will be like, that chicken parm was an inevitability for me. It was on my timeline. It was something that I had to align with and ingest for my optimum circumstances and to continue moving forward into the future. This is beyond just eating a certain number of calories or even following whatever is the fad diet of the day, like always eat this, never eat this by diet guru of the day. When you follow the inevitability diet, you are eating all of the things that you have to eat when you are on this ascension pathway. And that takes away everything of orthorexia, all of these types of diets where it's like, well, I only eat this type of fish, or I only eat this, I never eat grain, I only eat this. Like, it's very, very difficult to be that way. And also, sometimes you need to eat something that's outside of the orthodoxy of your food religion. If you're like, I'm a vegan, I never eat this stuff, but sometimes you'll see chicken parm, and that's on your timeline. You're actually supposed to be eating. And then you're like, no, I will be virtuous. My carbon footprint and all of the propaganda that tells me not to eat that, but even though it's glowing at you. So respecting your light body means moving beyond these levels of intellectualism and a recipe that is one size fits all of what is health, and being completely in the moment. Some days are a day when you need to eat chicken parmesan. Some days are a day when you need to eat like carrots. That's it. But you cannot replace the two. And also, if you're going to eat carrots, don't eat the baby carrots that are artificially peeled and soaked in chlorine and made to look more appealing and bagged up in plastic at the grocery store. Don't buy the industrialized carrots. Get the real carrots that are from your farmer's market, that even have some dirt that is still left on them, and a human being actually cared about them and created them for you. So this is big stuff, because foods are a thought form. When you know your farmer and someone creates those thought forms for you, it is even more powerful. Food is not merely an industrialized substance. Also, so you got to buy what's glowing, you got to respect your light body, and also you got to shop at good stores, because some of these stores that are like the larger corporate industrialized stores, they have bad lighting in there. And the bad lighting not only affects your light body, it affects the quality of the food. The glow of the food would be less when it is stored under those horrible fluorescent or extremely glaring, like bright white, LED industrialized lighting. There's so many stores that I won't shop in for that reason. Not only is it so uncomfortable, as soon as I go in there, I'm like, I am being irradiated with bad frequency light. Get me out of here now. But also, everything that's in that store gets charged up with that bad light. When you have something like water or juice or whatever, you know how you can structure it immediately, just in 1 second? Just put it on the windowsill and let the sunlight flow through it. Light charges up your food. Light is amazing. When you put good food in a bad light environment, it corrodes away the goodness of the food. I am not a fan of refrigerators. Or don't you like your food not to spoil? Of course, I like my food not to spoil. And of course, I refrigerate like my chicken and everything like that. But refrigerators are metal EMF boxes that actually reduce the life force and the light and the glow of food. So as much as possible, I like to store things that are alive outside of the fridge. And that means I do shop more frequently, more often. But like if I buy something that is romaine lettuce, it's kind of shaped like this oblong football, you can take it instead of putting it in the fridge, and you can just put it in like some water in the bottom. Like you keep it alive. You put it in a shallow dish of water, not in the fridge, and then you have to eat it like within a day or two. So yeah, it's not going to stay in your fridge for like 4 weeks. That's not normal. That is a very abnormal way of trying to shop or do anything. So as much as possible, keeping fruits and vegetables stored on the counter. So also like cilantro or something like that. Treat it like a bouquet of flowers. Treat these things like a bouquet of flowers. Put them in a vase with water and store them in that way. And yes, so there's lots of different ways that you can do that, and that restores or retains the glowing life force energy of your foods. Then there's also charging plates. You can charge your food by having like an organite. I have it in the fridge. My water thing is on top of it. I don't want to move it, but I have like a round circular plate that's made out of wonderful organites, and I have crystals and gems on top of it. And I put my water on top of it to charge it. But you can also do that with your fruits, vegetables, or even with your dinner plate. And that's important, good stuff. These are ways of adding esoteric energy to your food. So how you feel about preparing your food is also very big. You can put light into your food when you're like, hooray, I'm preparing my food. Hooray, I'm chopping my vegetables. Hooray, I'm sauteing my chicken. All of that energy goes into the final product. when you buy like, a frozen prepared meal, there's none of that energy in there. It's all industrialized. So there's none of grandma's home cooking goes into there. It's just dead nutrients. Yes, you can jazz it up, and yes, you can change that by blessing it with your gratitude. But in this time of our world, it's so much better to prepare your own food, because so much of the stuff they put into frozen and prepared food are chemicals and food products that actually don't belong in your body. And that's even excluding this stuff right here. This stuff is not a food product, but you will find it in the food supply. It is part of the enemy weaponizing foods against us. And it's very hard because you have to eat. So you have to try to find the least polluted stuff, the stuff that doesn't have GMOs, the stuff that doesn't have glyphosate and a bunch of different chemicals, and also the stuff that doesn't have the tiny things that I was just pointing out there. That's very, very hard. So you want to stay away from the stores that have bad lighting. Mostly their products have been the energy sucked away. Even if you might save $5, you're like, oh, look at that. Like potatoes are on sale at Walmart. Good, go there. You know what's going to happen? You will get potatoes on sale. You will also fry your energy body. As soon as you go in there, your energy body is getting fried. You're losing energy from your energy field. And then you're going to buy these potatoes. They're dead potatoes, even if they're organic, because they started off with life force, and you put them into the Walmart force field of degradation. And now they've been in there for however many days or weeks as they're sitting on the shelf. And now they are degraded. And then by the time you come out of there with your sad package of degraded potatoes, you are more bedraggled. None of this is positive. None of this feeds your light body. So you go against from the rationalism that says, well, I only have $5. I have to go to this store to buy the $5 potatoes that are on sale. And I'm like, no, don't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. I would go to your local health food store with your $5. I would support a store where you love the people and you love the value system of the people who own the place. I would buy, one potato and one carrot and whatever, one celery, and, put it together into whatever you can do. Buy what is affordable. So this is also, as I'm talking to you, because, I'm talking about like living on life on the beach and drinking a coconut. You're like, where, that coconut costs $7. It ain't cheap, kid. I'm like, I know, believe me, I know exactly how much food costs. I'm here in solidarity with all of you. And I'm giving you these pronouncements and best behaviors to be able to do. But please just always eat what is the best, most unpolluted, most available food you have in your culture, because it is definitely some level of whatever, not everybody has compassion. I have true compassion for everyone in the world about what's available in different neighborhoods. Like, it's so easy for people who are judgmental vegans to be like, oh, the whole world should just be vegan. I'm like, something? There's some places in Canada where like a strawberry is going to cost $7. That's not affordable. Like, you can't do that. Fruits and vegetables out of season are very difficult and expensive in some places. And then there are some urban areas where they simply don't have access to fresh fruits and vegetables, and people are making do with the best they possibly can. And then I also recognize some people are dealing with budgets, and they are shopping at some of the cost saving stores where you will find big giant, like I go to Costco to get Cheeky's medicine. And so we walk through there, but we just make a fast trip. Get in, get out. Because I don't want to get drained by that whole store. But I'm telling you, when you go to a store like Costco, you will save money in like your cost per portion, but also you will get so drained by going there because there's all of these giant packages, and your attention is being drawn by all of these giant packages, and trying to make good food choices and trying to read the labels and figure out what are things that are life affirming. Like, you will spend many hours there in the vortex of energy draining. And I don't advocate for any of that. So we get in, we get out, but we're aware of what's going on there. And I watch everybody with the, giant shopping carts, piling all of this up. That is not feeding the light body. It's not good energetic hygiene. So when food is treated in that way, it's not that it's not digestible. It has less life force in it. And the stuff that comes into the body, sometimes the body is like, I don't know what to do with this stuff. Just put it into storage. And that's what it is, a stored emotional energy that the body doesn't know how to process. And that's what overweight is. It's just too much stored up emotional energy. And in the United States, which is where I am, there's a lot of people that have too much stored up emotional energy. And they buy all of the processed foods in the store with the bad lighting, and their own mitochondrial function is very limited, and they don't get a lot of natural light. And then they're just storing up this energy. So eating is an art form. How you get your food, how you shop, how you prepare it, and then also how you ingest it. I want you to know I will give you the ideal. And I will confess, I eat in front of the Netflix sometimes, watching my cartoon show or whatever it is. Like, I really shouldn't be eating in front of the cartoon, but I'm going to do it. So I'm as troubled as any of you. I want you to know that I'm not a perfect person, but as much as possible, we try to make eating an art form. And that means eat in the sunshine. So what I'll do is make my little plate of whatever I'm going to eat, and then I'll come over here. I'll sit outside on the balcony, or maybe, walk down the stairs and go to sit underneath the tree. There's a little park bench underneath there or whatever. Make it an occasion. Be like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to sit in a beautiful place, looking at beautiful things, and eat and absorb this stuff. That is energetic hygiene. And you can be in charge of your life, and you can do that. And I've lived with housemates and roommates and worked in places like offices. And what I always do is I just excuse myself and take my food to a nice, beautiful, quiet place away from the TV and away from other distractions. And I just eat. Most people scroll on their phone and they do the eating. I don't. I'm not judging you, but you will have a healthier, longer life if you don't do that. And it's not just the words that you're reading that might not be good to read. Like, even if you were reading a physical newspaper, and that you're not in front of like the blue light of the screen, that's not healthy, because you're going to read like the Titanic sunk today, bad stuff, and you're eating your food. And you're like, that doesn't taste good anymore because I'm reading this bad stuff. So you don't read the bad news of the day or the bad social media stuff of the day while you are eating your food. Just make it about eating your food. That's the ultimate art form of what you can do. And you express gratitude for your food. And also, so like I talk about being kind of an outcast in most of the places where I lived, where people either had like the TV on or they were doing something else. And I would just create my plate and then be like, I'm gonna go sit over here under this tree and eat my food and eat my stuff. And sometimes people have, commented upon that. But ideally, like, coming out of that carcass, create a new world where people have a different level of respect for the activity of eating, and they want to join you sitting under a tree. So I'm a fan of Japanese culture. I don't know a lot about the people there, but one of the things that I like about that world is that they are very respectful and conscientious about their food and about their moments of eating. Eating alone is considered like the ultimate barbaric thing. You do not eat alone, to the point that they've got like a little YouTube channel that you can put your computer across from you that looks like another person who's eating, so you don't feel like you're alone. Like, they're very isolated. But technology has isolated everyone in like all these different countries. But no, eating is an art form, and you should share those moments with other people. My dog is mostly my eating companion. And if you have a dog, you probably have the same thing, where they're like sitting, begging, or whatever, quietly salivating. But yeah, no, you should have good, positive people around you and be doing good, positive, comfortable things while you're eating. And let's say that you have to do important stuff, your emails, your this, your that. Just like, eating takes 5 minutes. Like, just focus on your body and then go back to your chores and the important emails that you have to do. We all have this going on. So again, I'm a otherworldly walk-in, and I'm here in this world to be in solidarity, because it would be so simplistic and reductionist if I was in a higher dimensional state, feeling so much comfort and so much frictionless joy, and be like, oh, you just do this, you just get your food, and then just don't eat in front of the TV. And then I'm like, no, I'm here with you, and I'm here to, demonstrate, like, do it as much as you possibly can, even though recognizing, like, sometimes I'm eating while I'm doing my emails or doing any of these other things that just have to get done, because sometimes your life is not optimal and it's not in your control. We are a work in progress. That means that we're coming out of the carcass of materialism and satanic, corporate, industrialized, impersonalization, depersonalization, dehumanization, and you're moving into a time where your light body and your energy force field is all that really matters. And that's what you want to prioritize. But we're still straddling the reality structures. Okay. And so do everything you possibly can to make the choices that are about who you are in an optimized world and not to make compromises that keep you engaged with the world of mediocrity where there are no more timelines. The real answer about all of this is you got to shift on a timeline level, like quantum shifting, to be able to get away from timelines that are no longer viable and to be able to inhabit or generate timelines that are viable. So practices with food help you to do that. But please know that this is also like, it's a willpower jump. It's an esoteric or a magical jump to jump out of that reality and to jump into a different level of reality. I want to get to lots of different questions, but I also want to just check out my notes and make sure that I've done a good job at getting most of the important stuff going on the notes. Oh, I have so many good things to talk about. Let me put that aside. Let me go over here to your questions and comments. I know I make the craziest faces when I try to read too, and I focus on the screen. My eyesight is not that fantastic, and so I squint and make the craziest faces. All the way back to the beginning of class, Pedro says, looks like a pootie sat on the sculpture. This poor little sculpture, I really do need to do something about it and make it better. It's made out of this, like 3D printing filament, and it's lasted a couple of years, but clearly I've moved a bunch of times and sometimes this has fallen on the ground. So I'm a bit self-conscious. I'm like, it's not looking that good, guys. We got to fix it up. So fix that up, I promise. I'll put it on the list of my many, many projects that I have to do. Caroline says, Stranger in a Strange Land. Great book. Let's talk. Says one of the first famous science fiction books in which Michael Valentine Smith had living grass in his apartment. That's beautiful. I didn't remember that part. What a great reference. So for you guys who don't know, it's by Robert Heinlein. And it's kind of, I think he published it in the 1960s. And the story is about Valentine Michael Smith is a human being who was an infant that was brought to Mars and raised by Martians. And then at a certain point, he was returned to human culture and human society, and he could do all of these amazing things that they totally didn't comprehend. And he also was totally not acculturated to our culture on Earth. He was acculturated to the way that he had been raised on Mars by a completely different, group of people. So he had the ability to do all sorts of things with his body that we would call like a yoga master. Like he was able to go to the bottom of the swimming pool and hold his breath for very long amounts of time. But he also talks about, this is really great, so at one point he becomes an enemy of the state. Like the United States government finds out about him. They're like, imagine like, whatever, some 1960s type of military commander, like, we've got a extraterrestrial here on our planet. Go get him, boys. And like the van of bayonet wielding military people jump onto him. And so the Martian guy, Valentine, he's got like a beautiful home. They're all like in the pool in their bikini or whatever. And all these army guys come out and they're like, you're that evil alien, aren't you? And he just makes them disappear. He just makes them go to entropy. And then the army gets really mad. They're like, why'd you kill our guys? You're a super evil alien. And this is Valentine Michael Smith. He's like, no, I didn't kill those guys. I just unmade them. And he's like, why do you unmake those guys? He's like, I sensed a great wrongness in them. There was something wrong in there, especially the guns, especially the bayonets they were holding. Those were items of great wrongness. And I love that. I absolutely love everything about that. That is totally truthful in the way a real ascended master would act. That it's not about really like a psychopathic violence or a bloodlust or something like that. When you are super ascended, very, very fast moving person, and you're faced with the materialistic, satanic carcass dwellers, all that you sense is it's impersonal. It's just like they're structurally flawed. They're shaped wrong. They're matter and energy out of place. And then you just take them out of reality. So not a total endorsement of Heinlein as a writer, but that book is a great book. And I had just forgotten about that detail that he has living grass inside of his apartment. That's fantastic. Pedro says, I knew it. The sheets and pillow in my bed hold me. I just didn't know it was with friction. Yeah, totally. Also, okay, let's talk about sleep and energetic hygiene. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I didn't talk about this enough. You guys have to you got to set up your bedroom in the right way. Do not have a giant flat screen TV in your bedroom, please. So get as much as possible all of the electronics out of your bedroom. Your bedroom should be a sanctuary for sleeping, for sexual activities, and for like hygiene and changing your clothing. All right. And the only thing that you should do in your bed is either sleep activities or sexual activities. You should not sit in your bed and read a book. You should not sit in your bed with your laptop, like shopping on the internet and getting stuff on Etsy. You should not work from home, but sit in your bed while you're working on your computer for doing stuff for your boss. No. None of that stuff, because that is bad energy hygiene. Because let's say if you work from home and you have your computer set up on a lap desk and you sit on your bed and you're doing work. Then you're like, okay, now it's time for me to go to sleep. You put your computer on the side and now you're sitting in the energy field that you created while you were working. And all of your work thoughts are there on your quilt and on your pillow. And you're like, okay, time for me to go to sleep, except all you can think about is work because that's what's on your energy field that you created there. So your pillow is sacred. I don't let anybody sleep on or touch my pillow because that is energetic hygiene. That's where I want it to be totally clear so that when I put my head there, I'm not thinking about anybody else's bullshit crapola from the day. It's just me. There's only one person that I allow to sleep on my pillow. Do you know who it is? It's Cheeky. Cheeky's the only person I will share my pillow with. All right. But other than that, no, I am very, very selective. So here are energetic hygiene things. Do not buy used sheets, blankets, comforters, pillows, mattresses. All of those items absorb the energy of the original person that used them, and it is actually very difficult to clear them. Because those items are easy to find and not that expensive, it's not worth it to energetically clear them to receive a used item. So like you can get a brand new comforter for $20. It is not worth it. Like if someone's like, I've had this comforter for the past 20 years and I've been sleeping on it and all of my mites and body juices have gotten all over it. Would you like to have it? It's free. You should be like, no, I would not like to have it at all because you will have to sanitize that thing so much. It would take so much soap, boiling water, sage, every single different type of thing you could do to get someone else's vibes out of there. Unless it's someone that you really, really love, that you want to be wrapped up in their vibes. No, you don't want that used comforter or whatever it is. It's been so difficult because I've always been so energetically sensitive throughout my whole entire time here of being Aurora. And sometimes I joke about being like, not really a starving artist, but just like a mildly malnourished artist. All right. So I had to be on a budget. So like anyone, like I shopped at lots of different thrift stores. I hated the whole entire thing. I love buying things that are new. I love that they have no vibes on them. They have no energetic attachment. I didn't like having to go into thrift stores. Thrift stores are actually kind of a nightmare for me. When you go in there are all of these items that have not been cleared. Thrift stores are the antithesis of good energetic hygiene. Oh my God, thrift stores and antique stores. This is the antithesis of good energetic hygiene. And same thing with people who hoard or collect antiques and stuff like that. That's the antithesis of good hygiene. Oh my goodness. We have to get into this now because we'll have to finish my thoughts on keeping your bedroom clear. Because you should not store stuff underneath your bed you should not have anything underneath your bed. Because when you sleep, you will expand your energy field in your sub, on, or super conscious state, and you will feel everything around your bed and around your area. So I don't really have my work stuff in my bedroom. I have that on my desk over here, like tax papers. Because otherwise, when I'm expanding to go to sleep, I'm going to feel those tax papers and then file those tax papers to go to sleep. That's very, very hard. So you want to have all of your choreful stuff in another room. Have your Wi-Fi router in another room. Have your computer in another room. All of those things. So that you're not expanding and feeling that. Some people treat underneath their bed as just another place to have more storage. And they're like, well, I'll put the old family photo albums underneath there, or my love letters from a previous lover, or all these other things. Do not do that, because when you expand your energy field at night, you will be then absorbing all of those things. Same thing with book collections. I would not want to sleep in a room with a book collection of every book I've ever written. You know why? Not all of that stuff is positive. Sometimes you read a book and you're like, oh, I got a few gems out of there, but there was a lot of dysfunction or fictional stuff that was about, violence or whatever. When you expand your energy field and you're sleeping at night, you will be expanding and absorbing all of those words from those books. Only if you like those books and really feel them to be positive and uplifting, like whatever. If you love Chronicles of Narnia and you want to have that next to your bed and you want to expand and have that in your dream state, do it. Otherwise, I would not want to have things like that in my bedroom. Simply, you can have them in your life, have them in another area of your life. That's the sense of your energy expands and reads your energetic environment. So this is what we're starting to get on when I talk about thrift stores. Your energy body, your light body, reads the environment. Just like your nose smells stuff around you, your energy body feels stuff around you. And the feeling is non-intellectual. So yes, you can absorb everything from a book. Like Edgar Cayce supposedly did that. He supposedly slept with a book on his chest, and when he woke up in the morning, that's not proper grammar, but he arose in the morning and he had internalized all the information in the books without actually having read them with his eyeballs. Okay. So just recognize that you will be exposed to energy and absorb that energy in your sub, on, or supraconscious state. You can have books in your life, but you might not want to be absorbing them. And then also on the biochemical level, physical books are very dirty and very gross. They have lots of mites that live in them and eat the book glue and eat the book paper pages. There's people's greasy finger stuff that gets on them, effluvia. Books are dirty. Books also tend to hold mold and mildew spores a lot. So as your light body awakens, you're going to want to become a super clean freak. Because I'm this way, and I do not like anything that has any kind of residues of mold or mildew, or anything that collects mold and mildew. And that includes paper, books, and cardboard boxes. And that's what a lot of people store in their bedrooms and underneath their couches. So I'm sorry, I'm not that much about reading like for fun and for pleasure. And part of that is because like for many years I did not have good eyesight, and so it simply wasn't that comfortable for me to like read a book, because I mostly looked at the world through one eye. So I would read like half the page. So I got kind of like half the action of what was going on in the book. Like I kind of got it, but not the whole thing. But I like audiobooks a lot, but they're all digital. So no problem with me storing up those books. But I don't store them right next to my bed. They're here at my computer. But I simply do not, like, some people love their book collection and they love the smell of libraries. I hate the smell of libraries. I'm like, I am smelling book mites. Like, I don't want book mites to go up my nose. I do not like libraries. Libraries feel like thrift stores to me. Okay. So now let's talk about that. Those are non-optimum environments for me. All of the libraries and thrift stores contain many, many, many emotionally charged objects that have not been energetically cleared. So whatever, if you're going to sell something at the thrift store, here, I'm going to sell a pair of sunglasses at the thrift store. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want these sunglasses anymore. Throw them in a box, bring it to Goodwill, donate it. But they don't clear it in any way. Everything that you've done wearing these sunglasses, not only grease on your face, but every place that you've been with these sunglasses is imprinted upon them. Some people have a particular psychic gift where they are able to read the origins of an object. It's something Mancy. I don't remember what it's called, but you can either touch a thing or look at a thing and know the history of that object. And I actually have a friend, she's not on Earth anymore. She died like a couple of months after I moved to California. And she was not a very old person either. But when I used to go around, that was during my malnourished artist days with her to different thrift stores, she was the most fascinating person, because we'd be like looking at stuff, and she'd pick something up, like, she picks up a knife or whatever off of and she's like, oh, somebody killed somebody with this, and she puts it immediately back down. So she was very, very energetically finely tuned. So you go to a thrift store and you're going to pick up somebody else's sunglasses that's imprinted with all of their energy on it. It hasn't been cleared. And when you look at it or pick it up, that energy flows into you, or you have to resolve it, or you have to clear it in some way, it becomes burdensome. When you buy a new pair of sunglasses that came out of a factory and then got put on a shelf, it's just the guy who put it on a shelf, and there's not a lot of emotional meaning behind the sunglasses. And then you just buy it and put it on your face, and then you imprint that upon your energy upon the sunglasses. That is what is preferable for everybody who is at this level of development. So it's not just that I graduated in terms of having access to more resources. What really happened in my life was that thrift shopping was never optimum and ideal for me. I never enjoyed it, as when I would go into the thrift store, I would feel like this. Ugh, like there's a wall of bad energy there. I don't even want to swim around in there. It smelled bad to me. It felt bad to me. And I would buy objects or clothing only if there is some way that I could really clean it effectively. So I would never buy a pair of like leather boots, even if it was in my enormous shoe size. I would never do that, because how are you going to get the energy of someone else out of leather boots? Like, you're never going to do that. So I would buy, like, items that you can put in the washing machine. The washing machine is an energetic clearing device. That's why it's so fabulous and magical and desirable. Do you know how long it would take for you to energetically clear like every single one of your t-shirts or underpants or socks? You're not just scrubbing it in the sink, you're energetically clearing it. That is so wearying and tiring on your energy body. So if you shop secondhand or get things given to you or donated to you, you must wash them in the washing machine. And the washing machine does help to clear away that stuff. You can also sage. So I didn't complete everything about saging your house. You sage your house, you sage every single room, expressing your gratitude, and then you douse or let the sage burn out, and then, of course, like, you open the windows and let all the smoke out. Like, it really, really does something in terms of doing that. If you don't have sage, or if you can't combust something in your house, you can just use the wand as a symbol, and that helps. It's the intention of clearing, or use your hand as a symbol. You can also use, this is a stone that is called selenite. Selenite also comes in a wand form. I often use this in, as I do a lot of personal session work now with people. Like, after I'm talking with people for many hours, we're exchanging a lot of emotional energy, that I'm done with the session for them. Either I need to return to myself or prepare for helping another client or another person. What I do is I give myself a little energy bath, because I can't just hop in the tub all day long. You can get in the tub, and that's another way to do energetic hygiene. Epsom salt baths, magnesium baths. I take that MSM sulfur stuff and I put it in the bathtub, and I'm absorbing it through my skin. It feels wonderful. I also have an ozonator. I ozonate my bathtub water, because we don't have fluoride, but we do have chlorine here. And I find that really does help. Just do the ozonation for a few minutes before I hop in the tub. But again, your lifestyle does not always allow for you to be like, oh, I've just taken on the energetic burdens of another person. I think I'll just jump in the tub. So your hair is wet and this and that. It's just not that easy. So you use the selenite and you put it all around yourself. It basically picks up anybody else's energy and Klingons and stuff like that. And then you put this in the sun, and the sun eradicates and bleaches away everything. You can use a wand, and do your pets too. As I was joking with someone about this yesterday, Chiki and I walk around town and everything like that. But a lot of the time, people like hug her and pet her. It's very nice. But sometimes people would be like, oh, like, your dog is so nice. She reminds me of my dog, who died horribly. Let me tell you every detail. And I'm always like, no, we really don't need to know. But we're very sorry for your loss. But I don't want my dog to imprint on all of that. Someone else's unprocessed grief for their dog. And so, yeah, I always walk away with Cheeky, and I was like, don't worry, Cheeky, that doesn't have to be your life. Like, I'm sorry that happened to her dog, but that doesn't have to happen to you. And I do a clearing on Cheeky, so that Cheeky is not carrying other people's emotional burdens. Clear your dogs and cats and animals. They will really, really, really appreciate you so much. So you clear away emotional energy, and that kind of relieves the burden of what you've been from different interactions. Key points: energetic hygiene. People have different processing amounts of time. Some people have a slow energetic metabolism. That means that if I told you a negative or disrupting or upsetting story, it could take you 5 years to process all of that stuff and then come out the other side and be like, okay, I'm not thinking about it anymore. That's like a really constipated emotional person. But some people are slow like that. Some people are fast. I tell you a bad or upsetting story, and even while you're in the moment relating with me, you're like, that's terrible. How could they do that? Oh my goodness. And then you process it, and they're like, okay, I'm over it. On to the next. And it's great to have a fast, energetic metabolism like that. I am like that after many years of self-cultivation. And that is also how I am able to do facilitation work and helping other people in releasing trauma. And it's not burdensome to me because I'm moving at a fast rate. I eat a lot of cookies. I eat healthy cookies. I get this particular brand and they're made out of like organic almond flour and blah, 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 and this and that. But I eat a lot of them unabashedly because you know what? Very high metabolism and I'm walking on a treadmill all the time. So you have to get to know yourself. And I can have many, many conversations with the person and not find it burdensome because I'm burning it all off, because it's here and then it's gone. But for some people, they become very introverted because they are slow processors. And that means that if someone insults you or says like, oh, like, yeah, I didn't really like that dress that you're wearing that much. Like if they did it to me, I would be like, what do you mean you like this dress? This dress is the best dress in the whole entire world. I'm a fantastic person. Goodbye forever. But some people, it takes a long time to get to that moment. Sometimes they're like, maybe this is the worst dress in the world. Maybe I am the worst person in the world. And they live that way for 4 years. And then finally they come out the other side and they're like, no, this dress is great. I love who I am. Get away from me for forever. So it just takes time. And then they get there. All of that is a result of energetic hygiene. Just like in my house, I don't have a lot of stuff stored up in my house. It's not just because I'm a walk-in. I've lived here for over 20 years. I could have accumulated a lot of memorabilia and junk, and I didn't because I make very conscious choices about what I want to have in my life. And I told you in this sharing here today, the outside reflects the inside. So when you are energetically lean and moving at a fast rate, your surroundings are going to reflect that. So, you know what, in, let's say, my closet, you know, I'm a girl and I like to have girl clothes, but in my closet, I don't have every single dress that I've ever worn in my whole entire life. I have like the clothes that fit me now. I have the things that I like and that are stylish for me now. And maybe I have a few things that are souvenirs or memorabilia of a particular time that I don't really wear that much, but I just keep it. But like, I don't keep every single thing that I've worn. And I find it to be a bit burdensome to do so. And I kind of appreciate the freedom of just being able to jettison a thing when it no longer fits you or works for you. Just be, like I release this thing. And that's part of energetic hygiene. When you no longer need an object, you release it joyfully and joyously. Here is money energetic hygiene. When you buy something, you buy it joyfully and joyously. You're like, too many people that I know in this world are like this. I want to buy this thing, but it's too expensive. Can I have it? I'm not allowed to have it. I want to have it. I am angry at people that have it. I'm going to get it. I get the thing. The thing is very expensive. Every time I wear the thing, I think about how expensive it is. I really don't have the money to have this thing, but I had to have this thing. It's okay that I have this thing. I'm going to get other stuff on a credit card. Like that is so torturous. That is so torturous. You can see the thought forms trying to get through. Energy and abundance does not flow through that mental structure. But here is what a structure that energy and abundance does flow through. I want that thing. I have the money for that thing. I joyfully and joyously pay the person who created or transported that thing to me for the thing. Here is your money. I love you. Thank you for giving me thing. Thing, I love you. Thing is dress. Dress, you're awesome. I love dress. Whenever I look at dress, I'm like, that dress is great. I'm happy that I have dress. I wear dress for as long as I want to. And then when I no longer require dress or dress is damaged in some way, I say to dress, oh, I'm so happy that I got to use you during the time that I used you, but I don't need you anymore. And then I happily, joyfully, and joyously release the dress. And, you know, whatever, if it's totally like a rag and worn out, like, you know, you throw it in the trash. Or if it's like whatever, you could give it to somebody else who likes your vibes, who would not have to sanitize the crap out of it just to be able to wear it. You get it? Like you can pass along things to other people if it's positive. So I told you I don't really like thrift stores and stuff like that. I have accepted things that are secondhand gifts from people who like celebrate me and love and care about me. Like I have a juicer in my kitchen from a time when my juicer broke. I'll just tell you a brief anecdote because just don't juice angry, okay? Just like that movie, Don't Drive Angry. Like I was very angry. It was when I lived in San Diego. I was like, I'm gonna juice. Like it'll make me feel so much better. I will juice. And I didn't have the plunger part that pushes the vegetables through, so I was using a wooden spoon, like the back end of a wooden spoon, and part of it broke off into the mechanism of the juicer, like the giant screw, like the whole entire thing seized up and it broke. So don't juice angry. So then I went on one of the free websites, like free groups that are wonderful. That's different than a thrift store to me. Very different energy. Here it's called unconditional give and take, but I've lived in different communities. So there's usually something on Nextdoor or Facebook or whatever, but those are wonderful groups. And so I did a thing. I said, hey, my juicer just broke. Anybody have an extra one hanging around? And this lovely person gifted me with one. And she was like, oh, yes, I got this for my dad. And he went into nursing care and he doesn't use it anymore. Take it and use it in good health. That's good energy. That transaction there is good energy hygiene because she was celebrating me, giving me something, treating me like a family member, and it wasn't taking anything away from anyone else. And I still have that juicer and I still use it. So that's a good anecdote. So let's say if I wore my dress and then what if I changed my body size and shape? And I'm like, something, this dress no longer fits me, but someone else could enjoy it. And you posted on the internet, like, I'm looking for a red dress with some yellow squiggles on it. And like, I have exactly what you need. Here, take it. Wear it, enjoy it, use it in good health. That is good energy hygiene. So it's not just having a thrift store like with someone else's unresolved emotional energy on it. Used products can have positive emotional energy on there. And when you release an item that was yours, good energy hygiene, release it joyfully and graciously. And that way the other person really gets good use out of it. Because what you do, you don't hold on to it. You don't be like, oh, I really wish I still had that dress. Wish I hadn't given away that juicer to that girl, blah, blah, blah. No, you just release it. And same thing with money. When you spend money, you're like, I joyfully and joyously release this money. This is part of my sacred commerce workshop. Like, let's say if you do a service for me, if you create a product for me, I'm like, thank you so much for that service. Thank you so much for that product. And here is my money. I joyfully and joyously release it to you. And you're like this, yoink. Thank you so much for that money. I joyfully receive it. That is good energy hygiene as it relates to money. And that money was the satanic dollar system that we're coming out of. That money is going to change and shift, and Bitcoin will bridge the gap, but money will also be goodwill, barter, other forms of exchange that we're doing as we're moving into these informal and more respectful ways of being able to do energy exchange. That's the key point. And that's everything also that I exemplify for people paying for my teachings or tuitions or sessions or anything like that. The energy has to be clean. It has to be beneficial for both people. Good energetic hygiene in business and in commerce has to do with it is good for both people. Nobody's losing out. Both people walk away feeling enriched by the experience. So we have to go back to energetic hygiene for your sleep, not only about how you set up your bedroom with minimal LED lights and minimal electronics, and hopefully with a nice Tibetan salt lamp or red light or something, glowing candles or a hurricane lamp, always be fire safe, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, like we don't have a campfire to stare at, but you can get a nice little candle set, or I have one of these a hurricane lamp, and then I have non-petroleum plant-based paraffin that goes in there because you don't want to use kerosene. I think that's not good to smell, but this inert positive type of lamp oil. And yeah, that's what I do. And I do that when I'm in the bath too. Like I don't use the regular lights. I just put on the lamp and then I bathe my eyes in that lamp and float in the tub. Like you need to do stuff like this. This is energy hygiene. So you want to only use your bed for appropriate activities when you're in your bed. You don't want to have secondhand sheets and mattresses, even though lots of people give away secondhand mattresses. beyond the microbial issue. Because some people will say, like, well, it's all zipped up in a nice polyethylene bag. There's no microbes in there. You don't know what people did on that mattress. You don't want to have anything to do with what people did on that mattress, even if they just had bad dreams. You don't want that in your house. And it takes so much energy to clear that stuff out of the mattress. It takes so much energy to clear that emotional energy out of the mattress that you are better off buying a new mattress. Please comprehend this in energetic hygiene. You could use a billion units of esoteric energy to clean a mattress. Be like, that's a lot of energy to clean something that is a relatively disposable, gross item. Like, unless it's Louis XIV's mattress and it's really important to your life, get a new mattress. So in many ways, when you become awaken your light body and become sensitive to energy, you will recognize that some things are not expensive with dollars, but are expensive with energy. And you want to avoid those things. They're cheap things to do, but expensive for you energetically. And likewise, there are some things where it would be a better concept for you to expend the energy and get something that's a higher quality, even though it's going to cost you more dollars. It's going to help you to save your energy. You treat things totally differently in doing it this way. So what is good? Sleep is essential for energetic hygiene, because sleep is when you really rejuvenate and regenerate your body. So I'm teaching you all about how, like, you don't have to die and you can regenerate. You can do these things when you're doing stuff during the day. Like, I'm eating cookies, I'm walking on a treadmill, I'm talking to you guys. That is really not the time when my body is doing a lot of restoration and regeneration. I do that when I am sitting restfully or when I am sleeping. So you must schedule in time for you to rest, and you must schedule time for you to sleep. The best way to do this is to be like, doing stuff. The sun goes down. Now I rest, and then now I sleep. And that gives you a gentle descent into sleep. The worst thing in the world is like doing stuff until 11:45 p.m. That's like doing stuff. And now I sleep, crash. And you crash, you fall into bed, and you're like snoring away with no transition. That is not good energy hygiene. And that's in this world where there's a lot of nighttime dream garbage dumping, hijacking, intrusions of the pineal gland, a bad technological stuff taking over people's minds while they're in sleep. Crashing into your bed is like the worst thing to do, because you're just very vulnerable, sleeping in exhaustion with no like protective energy field around you. And that's when negative entities and other things like that would love to chomp away. So the best thing to do is get into your going to sleep routine, put on melatonin cream, get the red light on you, get into your going to sleep mind state, and then go into sleep like with you retain your wherewithal. You're like, kind of remember who you are and what you're doing, and not let demonic things try to chomp away at you. How do I sleep? So I cannot sleep in one of those sleeping bag cocoons. I think that is like the most barbaric thing in the world. Like, I've not really been camping that much, but people do that for camping. Like, I can't do that. So just envision the opposite of that. When I sleep, I have to be like spreading out so much. I spread out, I arch my back, I flip, I pancake, like, you flip pancakes. Yeah, I pancake all night long. It drives my dog crazy. She is like my spouse, my partner. And she's like, you're shaking the bed all around. So she has her own sublet apartment underneath my bed, where we have like a nice fluffy dog blanket. Thank you very much to our friend who sent us the dog blanket. And when I'm too jumping around on the top of the bed and too much lasagna, she's like, I'm just going to go underneath the bed and sleep underneath you. But I very much appreciate that she sleeps in my energy field, because when I expand in my super-conscious state, I feel her. That's someone who I want underneath my bed. You got it? But I am a very active sleeper, and I would encourage each one of you to be similar. That how you sleep and your body posture when you sleep has so much to do with your health and your vitality. And I feel like people need to expand. And I also feel that people need to sleep in the nude. And that is big, because there are very few energy body opportunities in terms of your industrialized existence where you get to wear no clothes. You're wearing clothes and protecting yourself from sun exposure almost all day long. And wearing no clothes is like who you really are as a feral human being. Wear no clothes while you are in your bed. If possible, have sheets that are like pure cotton or pure linen because the energy is much better than polyester. But don't drive yourself crazy because you will spend like $400 on one linen sheet or one organic cotton sheet. That is not in most people's budget, right? It's very, very difficult. So just work with what you can afford that is in your budget, and be active. Do all of these. So when you sleep at night, like you'll have like a few hours of sleeping and then you wake up in the middle of the night and you might not be fully conscious, but you've just processed a bunch of stuff. You've processed physical food, metabolized stuff from your muscles, dumped a bunch of stuff into vacuoles throughout your cells. Your cerebrospinal fluid is recycling and changing, and you've had like changes in your mental state and your emotional state. You have to kind of wring out the sponge. You have to kind of like twist to the left, twist to the right, twist your back, extend your back, stretch, and then go back to sleep. You have to do it. You have to move your lymph when you are sleeping. That's why I would never want to be stuck in some kind of a cocoon that people use when they're like climbing a mountain face, like climbing a sheer rock face or whatever. No. I'm trying to think of what are some other important things. So move your body several times throughout the night. And then when you wake up in the morning, instead of thinking, oh, I'm awake. Like, but first of all, I didn't use an alarm clock. I told you I get up when the sun comes up. But of course, like I've worked at different times or had schedules or anything like that. It's just not ideal to have an alarm clock. But if you have to, don't use your phone. Use like a little digital thing and set it so that you have like half an hour before you have to really get out of bed. Because what you should do is wake up while you're in bed and then not be like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I have to brush my teeth and get going and this and that. Make enough time so that you can get up gently. Just as you descended into sleep gently, you need to get up out of sleep gently. People who are parents, they're like, Aurora, this is not my life. I recognize that. If you have tiny children, that they might wake you up and you might be like, I have to get up and do stuff for my children immediately. In an ideal world, take half an hour to emerge from sleep and to be able to think about what you were dreaming, figure out if anything was a nighttime garbage dump, clear your mind, clear your head, clear all that type of stuff. And I also do some stretching in bed before I actually get out of bed. So it stretches for my calves and for my feet. Because you know, I do a lot of walking, a little bit of jogging, a lot of dancing. Like at the end of the night, like my muscles, my calves, like they shrink, they get very, very tight. And then before I get up in the morning, just like Cheeky's coming, just laughing a lot today. It's okay. Hold on a second. Cheeky, okay? Should be fine. Um, Stretch out my calves and the bottoms of my feet and my toes before I get up. Because that you might be like me, or you might have chronic muscular tightness, or this is what plantar fasciitis is. I don't have that, but that's when people do not stretch out their Achilles tendons enough, and the bottoms of their feet are very painful. So energetic hygiene equals stretching. And I stretch all throughout my day. Make stretching a normal part of your day. So I stretch while I'm sleeping at night. Pancake flip flop. Get up in the morning. I don't get out of bed yet. I stretch. Then I get out of bed. And then I start, doing stuff and everything like that. And then I will stretch again, like put on some, daytime clothes for walking around in the world. And I will stretch again before I do my lasagna. And it's normal for me. And even if I'm going to be at meetings or group activities or whatever with other people, I tell them now. I was inspired by that lady. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to stand up and stretch. Don't mind me, because I try to make it normal for them, so they're not like, what is Aurora doing? But yeah, like I will get up and I will stretch, and I will do simple stretches. Here, I'll just do a little bit of a demo for you. Like you can do a simple stretch. You can do a stretch like this. No one's gonna arrest you. Here, I call this one the supermarket stretch. Put your foot down like this and just reach with your back is straight and your abs are engaged. Just reach towards your feet over there. Cheeky's also putting on a show over here. And you can also do in the supermarket, you can do a little bit of left to right. That's not that weird. Like you just do these little things to be able to stretch yourself out and not be so congested and so stagnant. So that is big parts of it. Energetic hygiene. I'm trying to remember all the important things I want to tell you about with sleep. I'm sure that there's more. Let me get to more questions. Yeah, Rio was saying woohoo from Australia because I was talking about using technology for the forces of good. So we can talk to Avril. She's not down there, but she's in another continent. Pedro says, I usually avoided glowing food since Fukushima. Love the humor. Thank you for the humor here, Pedro, and for being a long-term student. So wait, and he says, I also avoid food with high fructose corn syrup. I'm going to affirm both of those things. So like Fukushima happened in 2011. It has become normalized and no one talks about it, but it is still emitting huge amounts of cesium-137 into the ocean. Since that event happened, I really do not eat seafood very much, even though I have a love of sushi. Maybe that's why I like Japanese culture so much. I'm like, your food is so delicious. But no, who doesn't like sushi? It's fantastic. It's such good stuff. But I'm very, very selective because I am curious about if there's cesium-137 in the seaweed, nori wrapping, and also in various different forms of fish. And also tuna, there's not only the question of whether it is endangered, but it seems to have chronic high levels of mercury in it. So there's just a lot of reasons not to eat these wonderful delicacies, even though I love them so much. So for me, like sushi is a total special occasion food, but not an everyday type of food. So there actually are real reasons to avoid glowing food from Fukushima. Unfortunately, the cesium-137 is not just in the ocean. It's also gotten into the food supply in lots of other places as far away as Vermont. So you can help and mitigate yourself by putting some shungite, noble elite shungite, into your water jug so that tiny particles of that shungite go inside of you and then become a natural inner armor against cesium-137. They actually swap out in your bones. Your body will be like, cesium-137, get out, shungite, get in. And then you do that enough and the shungite stays with you. So I drank shungite water for many, many years, and now I drink it off and on, but I definitely felt it like going inside of me, and now I don't need quite so much anymore. Let's talk about the high fructose corn syrup. It's not just bad enough if it were made out of regular corn. The high fructose is not optimum for your liver. It's super ultra processed. It's put into a lot of foods that are savory foods that are not even really requiring sweetness, like salad dressing and other, just like regular foods. It's just literally an industrial byproduct because the United States subsidizes corn growing farmers as part of their satanic farmer carcass dynamics of their economy. They didn't want these farms to go be non-profitable, so they subsidize the growing of an enormous amount of corn that is not actually needed, that then gets processed into either ethanol or high fructose corn syrup. And the ethanol goes into people's cars, and the corn syrup goes into almost every food product. Since they started doing GMO corn in roughly around 2006 or 2007, all of that processed high fructose corn syrup is a concentration of the negative entities and negative biological forms that are part of the genetically modified corn. So in terms of your energetic hygiene and what is optimum for your ascension, instead of being a strict vegan, vegetarian, or this or that-arian, or even a carnivore, or whatever you are, eat the things that are not genetically modified. Eat the things that have the most light in them. Even if you go to the grocery store where there is something like jars of honey, some of this honey is ultra processed and filtered. Some of this honey is real honey from a real farm that real people cared about. Go for those products. So you will have to do some research to be able to find in your food producers who is a family-owned or human-owned company, not a giant agribusiness. What is food that is made by a real person that cared about stuff as opposed to a giant robot picking things or things that are done on a conveyor belt? And support those companies, but also at a certain point, you'll get really good at just using your intuition when you scan the shelf and you see like this one is glowing. And then you research that company, like, yep, I knew it. That's the good company. The honey that I like, well, of course, I have local honey from the farmer's market from people that I know. But if I was buying something commercially, there's a company called YSB Farms, and they make both the bee pollen and the propolis and a bunch of other things that I've used. And I like that company because first I did it by energy, then I intellectually researched them. They do not stress their bees. When they harvest bee products from the bees, they love and care about their bees, and they do not stress their bees. So they don't let their hives die, and they don't move their hives around to be like fertilize an almond grove several states away and then drive them back and all those things like some corporate honey producers do stuff like that. And those bees are stressed out. So you don't want to be a stressed out worker working for the satanic dollar. And that lowers your longevity. But you don't want to eat bee products from bees who are also treated like stressed out mass production workers that are then making a quality of honey that is super stressed out as well. And of course, the same goes with your quality of your meat. If you're eating animals, the animals should have good quality of life. If you're buying eggs, you should get the type of eggs that are pasture raised, not even just free range. The chickens should have a good, awesome life, and then you get to eat their eggs. And also, I've been very skeptical because I don't know what's going on with bird flu in terms of in the United States, they're talking about doing mRNA vaccines on all of the birds, like chickens and turkeys. I will not eat that ever. I would not eat that ever. I would not eat that ever. I'm trying to think of like the most hyperbolic thing. Like I would eat a rock before I would eat that stuff. I would be like, here's like sandstone. I will eat a piece of sandstone before I would eat that. Oh my God. Yes. So here in my neighborhood, luckily we have lots of people who raise chickens and there's a local farm. And so I've been just buying my chicken from that place. It is way more expensive. Just please recognize that. And you know what I do? Instead of being like $25 for chicken, who do these people think they are? I'm like this chicken that hasn't been Frankensteined and isn't full of a lot of chemicals. This chicken is worth everything to me. $25? That's an awesome price. And I've got 25 bucks right here. I pay you joyfully and joyously, Mr. Farmer and Mrs. Farmer. I'm going to take this chicken home with me and I'm going to make the most beautiful food out of it. That energy goes into the food. All right. Please comprehend that that is important. And that energy of gratitude is also how I am shopping, how I am supporting a local business, how I am supporting a local farm, not a giant agribusiness. You have to do these types of things. And that's just the transition to becoming like fully ascended light eaters. We have to become so selective about not supporting the dead carcass and the corporate and industrial infrastructure that is anti-life and anti-longevity. I got to talk about cannabis too. This is a big part of this. It's a long class today. Let me just get, Katie's here says, hi, glad to catch a live Aurora. Glad to see you, Katie. She says, I tried to go today and couldn't go to Costco trying to find farmers market stalls, but not open yet here in Montana. Big stuff because we know Montana is very cold. And yes, farmers markets are usually outside. But you know what? In Montana, you might be able to make some great connections to meat producers, like local ranches and places like that, where they might sell their beef or their bison or something like that. So I'm sure that there is something that's in your area that is created by the people, affordable, not polluted, and is super great for you to have. So that's it. You just figure it out and make relationships with farmers in your area. Remind me, I got to talk about cannabis with you guys. Pedro says, Aurora, your class is during my lunch hour, so I will continue to eat watching you while I eat. What better company could I ask for? Thank you, Pedro. I would say it's the only thing. You guys have permission to eat while you're watching the screen. When you're watching me, I'm giving you good energy, and I am very positive to be around. The only positive thing for while you're eating. And thank you for being with us while you're on your lunch hour. Caroline says, you mentioned cannabis, and I'm interested to hear about it from you, please. Good. Thank you for keeping me on track. And I'll get to more of your questions too. Okay. So energetic hygiene. Cannabis is a huge part of that for me. It's a huge part of my life, and it is a huge part of why I moved myself to California 10 years ago, because I'm not just I am an advocate for cannabis and for its intentional positive health giving, life affirming use, but I am a super cannabis snob. I do not just eat, smoke, or ingest anything. Not at all. Not back in the days of black market weed or herb, when you didn't know what type of stuff was sprayed on it or what strain it was, like what's its balance of THC versus CBD, or who touched it. So here's I was always very selective. I'm so fragmented talking about this. So Back in that time when everything was black market, you had to be very selective about this. Cannabis is a magical substance. Just as I talked to you about everything taking on the imprint of what touches it, crystals take on the imprint of the people who touch them. When I buy crystals, like you have to clear a crystal. That's energetic hygiene. Didn't I tell you that? If you have crystals in your bedroom and when you sleep, like you're going to absorb everything that's in those crystals. You need to clean and clear your crystals. How do you clean and clear your crystals? You put them either outside under the sunlight, outside under the moonlight, soak them in salt water, but don't do that with selenite or other crystals that will dissolve. And or you can use your hand to clear them, and you can clear them with sage, and you can do other things. Some crystals have persistent stains. It's the only way I can say it. I have one that is a giant, beautiful quartz, like this big sphere that was given to me by that friend who could read objects. And she also had lots and lots of crystals. So she actually gifted it to me before she left the planet. And it always reminded me of her. But when she died under some turmoil circumstances. And then a lot of this stuff happened in our world. And all I will say is that crystal became an unintended doorway of turmoil. And I could feel it. And that was like a person who was my friend. So over the years, I have had to clear that crystal so much. I had to literally bury it at the base of a tree for a year, put it outside, like in its holder, like under sunlight and starlight. Like I had to do so much clearing of that crystal. And I still don't want to have it inside in my energy field. So this is a good example of how, like, I didn't just want to get rid of something. It was filled with turmoil and it was not a healthy object to have in my energy field. I've been spending billions of dollars to clean and clear that crystal just because, like, I have to do something with it. I didn't want to just, what you could do? You can just bury a crystal like that in the forest and just like walk away and leave it. Just be like, gift it back to the earth if it's that troublesome or that challenging. But I haven't done that. So right now it's still in a potted plant outside on the balcony, still getting sunlight, moonlight, and earth energy on it. It's not a hopeless case. It just had a lot of gross associations affiliated with it at a certain point. That's it. That's the emotional energy of gross associations. And some of it was interdimensional creatures and things that were coming through it. So of course I closed all of those portals and all of those opportunities. But the crystal itself, like it's troubled. So I'm still working with it. And it takes as long as it takes. But that's a good example of something where it's like I think anyone else would have just either, some people would have been unaware of it. Some people would have ignored it. Very few people would have worked with it the way that I do. But crystals take on the imprint of what they are exposed to. So be very selective when you're buying crystals from a crystal shop. Not every crystal is very easy to clear. Oh, like one crystal shop that I went into, it had these big giant amethyst wings. And I was talking to the crystal people there. And I was like, oh, what a beautiful specimen. And they were like, we are having so much turmoil in the store since we got that specimen. And I'm like, oh, tell me all about it. And they're like, well, we bought it from this blah, blah estate seller. This guy was selling it super cheap. And he had a lot of problems with his girlfriend and this and that and everything like that. It was a portal to hell. All right. It was a portal to hell. And I'm like, can I just help close some of these portals for you? Because I do that sometimes as a community service. So that way I'm not walking into a crystal shop that's, full of like demonic energy beaming right directly out at you. And you can do drive-by stuff like that too when you are, getting to be an expert. When you know it, you don't just do brain surgery on people until you're trained. But when you're trained, you can be like, I will do a pro bono case and just clear this out because you need help. So I've done that a lot. And I've done that at different crystal shops here in town where I'm like, the energy of this place is terrible. Let me just do clear and help things out. Crystals hold energy. Cannabis is full of crystals. I don't know if you've ever looked at it. The surface of that thing is full of these beautiful, sparkling crystals, and they all hold energy. You have to be really, really selective when you ingest this because everybody who touches it puts their imprint on it. And in California and lots of other places too, they grow this cheap, very low quality black market stuff. They pump it full of chemicals. They ruin forests in order to do it. They do it under slavery circumstances, like someone's holding a machine gun and, you know, walking along and forcing other people to work and they don't get paid properly in their sexual slavery. You don't want any of that weed. That is all bad weed. All of that weed will make you feel fearful, paranoid, and connected to the criminal element. You don't want any of the criminal vibes on your weed. And let's say it's the only thing that's available. Like, can you clear it? Yes, you can clear it. You can spend $1 billion to clear it so that way you can have that. But you don't really want to have to even start with those origins of that way. There's now a lot of stuff that I call gas station weed, where there's like CBD tinctures and blah, blah, vape pens and all those things. I don't like any of that stuff. And so I don't feel like it has good energy hygiene. Also, you have to be really, really selective, even though now this stuff is legal. They put different molecules in there like delta 8 and delta 9, which are technically precursors to THC, but which sometimes are created in lab settings. So they take hemp, which is relatively cheap and easy to grow in certain states, and they do a fractional distillation and they take out the delta 8 and the delta 9 and they put that into different products like gummies and vapes and stuff, because you can make that cross state lines in the United States. It's not considered THC, it's a precursor to THC. And then when you add heat, it changes. Like if you smoke it or cook with it, it changes and it becomes activated. It's a way of skirting the law. It's not really something that is great for your body. And the processes that they use to create delta 8 and delta 9 are not necessarily molecularly hygienic and sometimes leave chemical residues. And when I have ingested some of these products, I call it synapse glue. I don't think that stuff is elevating you at all. So again, I am a cannabis snob. And also I have been using it long enough to be able to remember like the good old days, the bad old days. That's like before they started to genetically modify all the weed. And I know what those strains feel like in my body. I know what real weed is supposed to feel like. And a lot of the stuff, I feel like talking to you young whippersnappers, a lot of the stuff you find in these dispensaries these days, that is not good weed. And definitely the stuff that you will buy at gas stations, that is not good herb at all. No. What I do for myself and what I would encourage each one of you to do is be sure to always never do anything illegal, live in a legal state where you can grow it yourself, and then have your own organic garden. And that is what I do. So I have my own strain of cannabis that I have been developing like for the past 10 years, that when I moved here to California and I got my patient license for having cannabis and growing a garden here, and it was very official. And I befriended a group of people who were growing CBD for medical purposes. And they started me off with my first garden. That was all of these hybrid CBD plants. They weren't genetically modified. They had been selectively bred for CBD. And then what I did over the years was your plants cross. And they cross and they make seeds. You save your seeds, you grow them again the next year. And I've been doing that for 10 years. And what I do is I have a strict regimen. I follow it as much as I can. Like my life has been very up and down, but like right now I live in this apartment and there's not a room for a giant garden here, but I have a friend who lives just across the neighborhood and she has a big backyard and she's also a cancer survivor. So I grow plenty of herb in her backyard. We split it and she doesn't mind watering it. And I go over there a couple of times a week. It's like a very, very beautiful, good, reciprocal friendship there. And yeah, also like she's far outlived what her doctor's prognosis was. And that's strictly from what I help her with. So here's what I do. I use the giant fan leaves. So you need to know a little bit about cannabis. First of all, cannabis is like a health food for people from my planet or from my world. It is a very positive substance, not a substance of abuse. It's not in the same neighborhood or category as other substances that are white powdery, disco drugs and other things like that. In an ideal world where you lived without the inundation of harmful frequencies and food additives, and you have even a fake sun in the sky, if you lived in a pristine world, you would not need to supplement your diet with cannabis. The only reason why you need to eat cannabis is because you have an endocannabinoid system that is presently under attack in a world that is corroding away at all of those anti-cancer life-affirming chemicals inside. And so really each one of us to remain cancer-free, we have to make a lot of proactive actions, because otherwise cancer is so epidemic in this world because the world was made into a giant carcinogen. And that is because of the satanic, evil dollar system. But we're not going to have that anymore. But until we shift and change things over, you have to do all the things you possibly can, not only to try to stay young and vital, but to try to prevent cancer. So I'm a big advocate for using cannabis as a cancer preventative. And of course, if you have cancer, use it as a cancer treatment. That's what we do for my friend over there. So your body has these natural endocannabinoid systems that are starved of resources because you should have the cannabinoid precursors in your diet. It should be something that farmers grow as hemp on their farms, feed to their pigs and their chickens and their cows, and it should come out in the milk and the meat and the eggs that you ingest. It should be a part of the food supply. That's what it was for hundreds of years. And everything changed after World War II. They took that farming practice out of every place and made this substance highly illegal. And then after World War II is when you start to see this prevalence of not only cancer, but a lot of these neurological diseases, and also a lot of autoimmune diseases and a lot of digestive diseases. So you can reverse and prevent all of these types of diseases just by having dietary cannabis. And dietary also includes topical. So I'm talking about everything other than smoking, even though smoking is fine and vaporizing is fine. But don't vaporize those propylene glycol cartridges because those are not good for your lungs at all. Okay. So, and also most of that stuff is made from genetically modified, chemical laden, dirty weed. And a lot of those cartridges come from China and they're full of heavy metals too. So a lot of reasons why you don't want cartridges in any way. And if you're going to get extracts, CO2 extracts are great. There's no residues in there, but you want to stay away from butane extracts or anything that's going to leave CFCs, hexane, and other forms of chemical residues through the extraction process. Live rosin is okay. CO2 is okay. Ethanol alcohol is okay for extracts. And make your own, and that way you know that the recipe is clean. So you should already have these things in your body, but they've been not only demonized in terms of your culture, but taken out of the food supply. So you need to supplement your own food supply. So do like what I do. So I grow these plants in my garden. The plants have both a male and a female. You want to grow some of both because you'll want to make seeds for next year. But when you grow these plants, if half of them are male, save one male, like that's plenty, and then you juice the other males. And that's why I have that juicer from that lady. You harvest them and take off all the leaves. You can store them in the fridge for up to a week, but it's best to juice them fresh. And I put them through the juicer with things like organic apples, ginger, and lemon. That's one of my favorite combinations. You can add some celery too. And you get this beautiful green drink. And you can, of course, juice it every day, but you might not always have fresh leaves. So what I do for saving stuff up for the winter is I make a lot of juice. I drink some of it right away, and then I freeze it as ice cubes in an ice cube tray. Then I unmold them from the ice cube tray and put them into sealed glass jars. And you can store that for 6 months to a year. So during the winter time when my garden is not active, I will get my cubes out of my freezer and put it, maybe with some commercial juice or with some filtered water and reconstitute it and drink it. That is for dietary. That helps so much, all aspects of digestion. It is anti-inflammatory. It will help with everything, every problem that you're having with your guts. It will help your microbiome. It will help with your gut barrier, and it will help with inflammation in your guts. And it is so restorative. So if you are a person who has irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, all these different things, cannabis, dietary cannabis is literally the thing that you should be doing for yourself. I do dietary cannabis also as an aspect of epilepsy control. It is anti-inflammatory. So for many years, what I did was I ate an anti-inflammatory diet and I did cannabis juicing every day. And people don't know, like epilepsy is not just random or whatever. A lot of it is due to brain inflammation. So I did not eat a lot of things that give you brain inflammation. That's like caffeine, sugar, and a bunch of other types of things that people like to eat. Definitely no wheat and grains and stuff like that. So anti-inflammatory and drinking my cannabis juice. What I also do is when the female plants come to maturity, they make these flowers, and the flowers are covered with a sap that is very sticky, and that is the sap that actually contains the medicinal psychoactive compounds. And so what I do at the end of the season is harvest the flowers, and half of them I will put into jars and freeze them straight away. And that's what I will use for my smoothies in the winter. And so a smoothie with cannabis looks like coconut milk or almond milk. It must be something that has a fat content to it, plus at least this much of a frozen bud, the length of your thumb, some fruits, could be blueberries or whatever is good, whatever is affordable. And then you can put in something also there like hemp seed that has a protein or whatever. I do that for low glycemic so that way I'm not getting like so much carbs at one time. And then drink that as a wonderful smoothie. And the key point when you're blending it, blenders can heat things up. If you heat that up in the blender, it will become psychoactive and you will trip out really hard. So what you want to do is not over blend it. You can do blending up all of the other aspects of the ingredients first, then at the end, throw in your cannabis bud, fast, blend, and then done. Because those ninja blenders, they can make tomato soup that's hot. Like if you blend it up that much, you will again psychoactivate your stuff. And my friend who's the cancer survivor, she did that a couple of times. She was okay. She was fine. But I told her, like, no, you have to not overblend your stuff. So she learned, yes. So then you can freeze your buds as well. And then a proportion of what I harvest, I will dry out. And then what I'll do is I'll do my own extract of that stuff. And that looks like I use a lab grade ethanol, and it doesn't matter. It's food grade. So if the ethanol, if there's a residue, it won't hurt you. And you get this kind of brownish, sticky sap. And then you can turn that sap into several things. Some of what I do is topical, that I put it with cacao butter and I make the most amazing. It's for your light body. It goes into your sebaceous glands and soaks in and literally makes you a greater antenna to light and to the divine presence. And is great for skin health. And it is also super anti-cancer. If you're worried about cancers on your skin, every day cover yourself with THC. It will be mildly psychoactive if you do that. Like you might feel mildly tired or mildly high, but you will not feel like you're tripping with Jimi Hendrix or anything like that. But it is excellent for your light body and for your energetic hygiene to do that. But when I coat myself in THC, I smell like weed. And then if I walk around town, like people will smell you. So just recognize that you need to be in a place where people will celebrate that, or just do it in your own home. Maybe not do it before work because people might really have an impact, might have an olfactory impact on the people in your community. That's all I'm saying. And then also with that extract, I can make tinctures by mixing it with MCT oils or olive oil or something like that. And I do that too. And then you can take that internally. And that is psychoactive. So you have to figure out the time of day and the amount that is the appropriate amount for your brain. And then sometimes I vaporize things too. But again, I warned you against all of those commercially available products in the dispensaries. Back to what I describe as synapse glue. So I've tried some of these Delta-9 things, gummies and things that people sent me, and free samples and stuff and tinctures. And at this point, I don't even experiment with it because I did not like the way it made my brain chemistry feel. So your synapse, this is a nerve and this is another nerve. And the area in between my fingers is the synaptic gap. And neural impulses have to jump across the synaptic gap in order for you to have thoughts and cognitive events and to move your arms and legs. And I felt that the Delta-8, Delta-9 stuff was like a cement that went in between those neurons instead of allowing for this beautiful free connection and healing and growth in my body. It felt like a straitjacket and like cement. And I couldn't wait to process that stuff out of my body. So luckily it's not permanent. You will clear out your neurotransmitters. Just drink a lot of water, process that stuff out, over the next days or weeks. But yeah, no, I don't go back to any of that stuff because I think that it is an adulteration, not the pure stuff. So you have to know about this because again, young whippersnappers, I've been smoking this for 20 years and I know what it's supposed to feel like in your brain, and that ain't right. So that stuff is not right. Don't buy that stuff. Much, much better for you to legally grow it in your own garden, make your own extracts and tinctures. Or what if you live in an apartment and you can't do that or you're too busy? Partner and barter with someone who does do it. This is the the ultimate economy. You know, it's better than Bitcoin is buds, bud coin, I want to call it. This is the ancient barter system of trading buds with your friends for other things that you might need. So yes, as much as possible, barter with friends and people who are reputable, who grow this. And in California, it's totally legal to grow 6 plants as an adult without a license. You don't need special paperwork, you just grow it. And it's totally legal for me to gift up to like 1 ounce, like, you know, a bag of about this big to another person, just as a gift. That is how I approach all of this. And I do like to think of it as people's herb, as a healing, nourishing plant that was gifted to us by the divine presence that we use to keep our body in optimum health, and that we should gift it and share it to others, and really not even use satanic dollars to be able to purchase or access it. That's the ultimate in purity of energy and purity of form as you are engaging in the use of cannabis. So many years I've had overabundant crops. I had plenty, and I could gift it away to other people. And that is what I did. And I did not ask for anything in return. But then, of course, that you get goodwill. So I've got goodwill stored up in my savings account with these people. And if I ever needed a favor or something like that, people would be very happy to help me because I have gifted these good things to them. That's the ultimate. That's the Ubuntu economy, or Charles Eisenstein's gift economy. We can be heavily influenced by that. But what I do not like at all is the economy when I lived in Humboldt County in Northern California, which is the foundation of its economy is not only cannabis, but mostly black market or gray market questionable cannabis. And all of the people that are there are doing something involving that. And all of the regular storefront businesses are actually subsidized by that. And it's very dysfunctional. It's not necessarily good. And people are growing things that are low quality, and they're also very afraid. They're afraid of the government. They're afraid of their crops being stolen. On the full moon, they will sit outside with the pit bulls and with the shotgun and watch over their crops so that no one will steal their stuff. That's all like fear vibe. None of that is positive uplift vibe. None of that is positive energy vibe. And then also the quality of the strains that they were growing. And this is like 10 years ago, even before they started to genetically modify a lot of their stuff. It was zombification weed. It was not really spiritual ascension weed. My stuff is very lucid. When I've shared it with people, I think it's the best word that someone used for it when they smoked it. It's like, oh yeah, it was very lucid. And I like that. It is clarity and also creativity. Like my stuff will make you feel very creative. Introspection, elevation. So again, like I am admitted and self-described pot snob, and I have smoked all sorts of different types of things. There was a time, Aurora stories, come to my retreat, I'll tell you everything. When I worked in order to earn my money to move across the country as a trimmer in semi-legal circumstances in California before I moved here on some of these big farms. And I tried all of these different flavors, all these different types of strains, and I got to sense like what they feel like inside of my brain. And then, of course, I can compare that to what is commercially available today. What is commercially available today is garbage. It's not good stuff. Oh my goodness. The quality of the high experience is not very positive, and it's definitely not what it's supposed to be. And because you guys don't even know, like there's different qualities to the feeling of ingesting cannabis. People are familiar with like, what if you feel afraid, or what if you feel paranoid, or what if you feel anxiety? That none of that is good, clearly. And you don't just want to feel like zombified or stupid. None of that is good. And so what the cannabis industry has done is selectively bred for and genetically modified the plants so that now they're super potent. They're super zombifying, super stupefying. They make you feel very incoordinated and disconnected from reality. And like basically a lot of side effects, like none of the good stuff, just mostly side effects. And I find it just like very distasteful and, you know, very non-ideal at all. So I told you, I've been working for 10 years to develop my own strain. Do something like this because what I do is I spit in the bucket. The plants respond to chemicals in your saliva, and they create a perfectly balanced ratio of cannabis THC to CBD in that particular plant. And that is the same if you use your urine. You guys are like, Aurora, you're getting weird. I am not weird. You put your urine on the garden, and that's for whatever you're growing. These work for tomatoes or cucumbers, but you water them with your saliva or with your body processes, not your poops, because that is not food safe, but yes, your menstrual blood. And that energy goes into the plants. The plants create personalized medicine for you. And it can help you, even if you don't have a chronic disease or something that you define as a disease, it can help you to optimize your health and to live like a super athlete. And it is actually the greatest ally that I have had in my life here as Aurora. It allowed me to get fully off of all pharmaceutical anti-epilepsy drugs. And I took that for many years to be able to stabilize my epilepsy. And also, it gives me great vitality. And the topic of today's class is longevity and basically vitality and basically staying young. Cannabis is one of the best ways I have found to stay young and stay healthy and to stay active. So, yeah, and it's cancer preventative. Well, let me just hug Kiki. She's really helping on today. You know, she didn't take her medicine in the morning. She didn't take her medicine. Just take her medicine. She coughs like that. I got her to take it. Just took some bribery. But cannabis as a way of being able to stay young. So I can kind of hear some questions. People are like, well, if I buy a joint from the dispensary, will that keep me young? Not really enough. Not really the same. Not only the qualities of what is sold at the dispensaries, but also the method of delivery. When you inhale, it does go into your bloodstream and it does give you a temporary cognitive lift, but it is not a deep saturation of all tissues. So what I would really recommend for people is to do the raw juicing, topical application, and then maybe some tinctures or edibles, and then maybe some smoking. But you really need to do the raw cannabis because it just saturates your whole entire body. And I didn't emphasize enough, when it is raw, it does not cross the blood-brain barrier. And that means that it doesn't get you high. So what we actually need to do in our world is to make cannabis an agricultural product that is not limited in any way. You don't need to have legal, permission to be able to access it. You need to sell the leaves in the store the way you sell carrots. Come home with a big giant bag of cannabis leaves and juice it in your juicer, or grow it in your garden and juice it like a vegetable. And then have that be a part of your regular daily regime, the same way that you would juice like some cucumbers and some carrots, and have it not be a big deal. And you can drink that juice and you can give it to your kids and you can give it to your grandpa who's 95 years old, and no one is going to get high. That is the rational, sensible vote for me, Aurora, for president of the universe. And I will make sure not a chicken in every pot. There's cannabis in every yard. Truly, this is beyond my joking hyperbole, a very, very effective form of healthcare. So many diseases and metabolic imbalances can be prevented or treated by being able to do this. Although, of course, what I'm sharing with you right now is for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a doctor. I'm not allowed to say these things on this particular platform. So please, I'm merely LARPing and pretend. But yes, our whole entire healthcare system would be radicalized because people go to the doctor for something like female hormonal imbalances and menstrual cycles that aren't feeling that great. Cannabis can help with that. People go to the doctor for digestion diseases, irritable stomachs. Cannabis can help with that. People go to the doctor for headaches. Cannabis can help with that. People go to the doctor for anxiety and depression. A lot of medicine, a lot of pills are being sold for anxiety and depression. Cannabis can help with that. So a lot of these things that are non-lethal chronic diseases that people are using healthcare resources for could be easily self-treated. You would save an enormous amount. You would remove burdens from the healthcare industry and restore personal empowerment to people to be able to take care of your own life. That is exactly what I did. I left New York State and I left the healthcare industry as an epilepsy patient, I was like, I am not going to get these prescription medicines anymore. And I did that for not only my health and my liver, and like you can only stay on those medicines for so long before they start to take a toll on you, but also because I didn't like having to be a slave to the insurance industry. Those medicines were so prohibitively expensive that they were, with insurance, the cost of the medicine was $888 per month. And I had two prescriptions that both cost that much. That was a lot for me as a non-starving, moderately malnourished artist. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. That is a crazy amount of money to spend on this medicine. And those medicines really did not give me a good quality of life. So that was why I changed my life. And now I don't spend any amount of money on doctors, hospitals, medical insurance, or pharmaceuticals. And I spend about $300 a year on garden supplies like soil and different fertilizers and things like that. But other than that, I have my own seeds, and I grow my plant from seeds and cuttings each year. And I've done that for 10 years. And also I gift seeds and cuttings to other people because that's what you do in this beautiful community of barter. And that is also part of having good energy hygiene, because when you're in a positive community where you're celebrated and you're like on the same page as the other people around you, like you help them and they help you, this reciprocity and the clarity of how resources and energy flow through good energetic hygiene. Okay. Up in Humboldt, I didn't have that level of community other than the CBD club. Yeah, the CBD club was really cool. They were all these older ladies that had like long white hair. And they weren't, and they were all in their retirement or whatever. They weren't growing like roses and tomatoes and like flowers and stuff in their garden. They were all growing CBD because they wanted to like, treat glaucoma or get rid of diabetes or any of these different things. And so, yeah, I met them and they were kind of like, come be a part of our club because those guys over there have like machine guns and they're part of a mafia. Don't go over there with those guys. And I was like, okay, cool. So other than this beautiful garden club, mostly the people that I encountered in Humboldt County were like machine gun toting mafiosos intent on protecting their crops so they could, sell it, whatever, to another state or to another country. None of that is good energy, and none of that is life affirming community building. And the energy doesn't flow when it's in that type of a community. It's not like, oh, like I'll give you some weed and then you can give me some next year. Like, no, the energy doesn't flow. It's like money now. I need money now. And everybody is super stressed about money. And they're just thinking about how much they can get for everything. That is not energy hygiene. That is not good energy. So where I am now, I have, trusted community members, and I happily gift my seeds to them. And then I also know, like, if I ever had a crop failure, I could be like, do you guys have any seeds? Like, give me my seeds, because that way it is diversified. Diversify your portfolio, everyone. This is me now giving financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. Telling you to diversify your portfolio of weed seeds. That way, in case a crop fails, you've got options. But truthfully, you do want to make sure that you have you have your savings account. I always save seeds from year to year, and it is worth everything because I know that they haven't done anything weird or scientific to any of my seeds, and that it is the original strain that it's supposed to be. I'm losing my train of thought a little bit, but I'm sure I have a lot more to say on that. Let me say over here. Pedro says, great book. I also don't remember the grass part, but maybe the Mandela effect. No, the grass part had to have been in there. It says, can't reread it. A friend loaned it to me and I no longer have it. Well, I'm sure you can get another copy. That's Stranger in a Strange Land. So the only thing I think I remember from Stranger in a Strange Land, there was a little bit of like kind of weird polyamory in there, because I think that writer was kind of trying to get people to be more like less uptight and less conservative. And it was kind of a radical thing to do in the 1960s, but I don't necessarily gravitate towards that, because I like that they were doing like everybody being unselfconsciously nude, but they also did like a lot of sleeping around. And I don't really agree with that. Katie says, OMG, yes, I've recently been thinking about this too. I'm so sensitive to energy. When I go thrifting, antiquing, it ends up bringing me down. Totally, girl. She says, well, I'm reading a book about vamps and fell asleep with it in the bed and woke up feeling of the book touching, sucking my foot, freaking me out. put out the book away from me. LOL. Totally, totally. You know, you're marinating in your energy field. So if you're falling asleep and you're reading a book about vampires, yes, you might dream about vampires. And definitely if you have that neck in with you next to you, then that's what you will be thinking about and absorbing. So this is about energetic porousness or porosity. Like when you are an energy hygiene, you're absorbing energy from your environment. And that includes antiques and thrift stores. You know what? In thrift stores, like mostly you'll find stuff there that are for people who are not that together in their life. Most of the people who are hugely together in their life, like keep their possessions. They don't sell their stuff or pawn shops. I think that maybe that's the best example. Because some of you were thinking, I can sense your resistance. You're like, well, that's not true. Some rich people donate their, dresses to charity, and then it ends up in the thrift store, pawn shops. Okay, pawn shops are full of desperation. That are items that people that put in there, like they are wedding rings and antiques that people want to have, but they are struggling financially, and they put them in the pawn shop. Not a good environment at all. And there's lots of situations that are like that, where it's kind of like bartery alternative markets and stuff like that, where when people are super desperate, like the energy of the desperation is on the object, and you don't want to bring that into your force field. But that's very, very different than like if someone in your neighborhood is selling a juicer for $20 and it's in your budget and it's good for her and it's good for you, buy it. It'll help you in your life, but that they're not selling it because they're super desperate. You know what I mean? Like it's a fine line, but you can sense what I'm talking about. Christopher, thank you for being here. So this is a fantastic lesson on how energy is stored in other individual souls, items. Thank you. You're very welcome. Absolutely. And Christopher goes on to say, Ken Honda written a book called Happy Money. The Japanese word he uses is arigato, means gratitude. Apologies for my terrible pronunciation too. This is exactly what you are talking about regarding the chicken exchange with gratitude. Absolutely. That is what I'm trying to embody. And I'm so happy that you can relate to what I'm saying here. It's not even a sense of having to recognize God, because some people kind of choke a little bit at that. They're like, if you're like, thank God for this beautiful chicken that I'm about to eat, they're like, well, I don't know if I believe in God, and I don't know if God would be okay if I'm eating a chicken or whatever. Just to be in gratitude. That's the neutral way of be like, you know something, I am in so much gratitude for this beautiful chicken that I am receiving. I told you guys about my friends in Chicago, and they are a family, mother, father, and son, and they prepare their food together. I talk to them on the phone. I'm like, tell me what you're making for dinner. They're like, well, we got the most beautiful heritage chicken, and we're washing it and massaging it with herbs, and we're going to roast that chicken, and then we're going to make this wonderful broth, and we're going to put these wonderful mushrooms in it. Like that, they're adding light to their food, and then they share that beautiful light food with each other. And that, even that story of hearing their recipe of what they're doing is energetically uplifting to me and improves my feelings of goodness to hear about that and to know about that. So the gratitude is a big aspect of energetic hygiene. Gratitude allows you to receive with clarity. In any time, if you're not feeling gratitude, or if you're feeling, I guess the word is ambivalence or conflict, you're not a bad person. It just means that there's blockages in the pipe for it to be able to actually get to you. Energetic hygiene is related to money hygiene, although this little teaching that I'm giving you now is not specifically related to your cellular health, but to your bank account health. Whatever you're doing with money, if you have ambivalence or a sense of conflict about it, the money doesn't flow as abundantly or as effectively. And that can be anything from, like, if you're not really wanting to support a particular business, or you're ambivalent, like, I want it, but I don't want them to sell it to me, or I don't like something about their parking lot or their stuff that they do, the money doesn't flow effectively. What if you're in a business partnership and you're like, well, I like this, this, and this about my business partner, but I don't like this, this, and this? That energy goes into your shared resources, and the energy that comes to you is not going to be as much enough because of how you feel with that person. I am very, very selective with the people that I work together and collaborate. Collaborate's a better word. when I do my retreats and things like that, like I mentioned, Chef Dave, who's a private chef for me, my current organizer, who is also my caterer for upcoming retreat stuff. I want to work with people that I'm joyful about. And so I feel very lucky and very blessed. I have great people that I work and collaborate with. And the way that we do it, it's like, I'm so happy and excited to be doing this project with you. Let's talk about, how much you will earn and how much I will earn. You have a very, very clear conversation in business partnership about what are your responsibilities, what are your outlays, and what do you want to receive. And then you stand by your agreements. And by doing that, there's clarity in the energy that flows behind the scenes of any of these events that I put forward. Like the chef is profiting. Oh, the retreat center, whoever I'm renting from for the retreat center, they are profiting. The organizer is profiting. I am profiting. And then also the people who are participating, they are not necessarily receiving money. They're not profiting in that way, but they are receiving the energy of the experience that we are putting together for them. All of that creates a clarity in the experience that is reciprocal, mutually respectful, and sustainable. It's sustainable because everyone finishes up and is like, hooray, that was great. Let's do it again. Another time, another place. When things aren't good, then the energy entropizes and it devolves. And it's like, oh, that didn't work out very well. No one was benefited or fed from that. And I have so much praise for both Chef Dave and Lanley as they've been contributing to my retreats, because they always put forward more energy than they actually have to. That's how you're like joyful and joyous in your energy expenditure. They are like chefs who go the extra amount of effort, not just going to be like, we'll put this together like this and it'll look kind of good. Like they create like the most beautiful rainbow platter or the most beautiful striated rainbow smoothies. And it's like, it's the effort of doing that is joyful for them to do, because they love being a part of the project and making that for me and the other retreat participants. That's part of why I do the retreats. I do the retreats because, of course, I want to dance in person with other people. But what I've learned, because I had to learn about commerce, because we don't do commerce like this where I come from. I had to learn, what is the honorable way to do commerce in this world? And how do I do a template and be an example of how to do that for the people in this world? So yeah, everything, the herb that I grow, the retreats that I make, and anything else that I'm creating that where I am in charge of it, I make it energetically very pure. Good energy hygiene. And then I encourage other people to do similar things, that way we're creating a community of good energy hygiene and good sacred commerce. And then the other thing is, we got to get rid of that stinking carcass of the dead American dollar, like a giant bloated whale that's like washed up on the shore and it's like dead and the seagulls are eating it and everything. It's like, come out of the carcass. Like, don't be a part of that thing anymore. Come over here and be a part of this thing. But what the integrity, in order to be a part of the new thing come out of the carcass, it requires integrity. So because I do these retreats, I want to get to more questions and comments, but, I'm part of the whole world, what they call like the coaching space, which I was, aware of that in San Diego. There were a lot of personal coaches and yoga retreat and this and that. And like, there's not always a lot of integrity in what people are doing. Some people are just doing something like just to kind of go along and get along. Sometimes people just want to earn money. Sometimes people are not very clear and don't have very clearly defined boundaries of what they're doing and why they're doing it. And so I recognize, like, I don't want to be a part of any of that stuff. I want to be able to share my gifts with the world and have the energy be really clean and uplift other people and be abundant by doing it. This is how we do it, guys. This is how you do it. So I share this with you, not only because I'm like, I'm so great, but because I want each one of you to be able to take that and apply it as a shape container or polygon for the shape of your own life. And that it also might be something that's in development. Like, it took me many years to be able to develop and figure out how I was going to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna in person and how I would share it, what it would look like, what it would feel like with other people. But each one of you all have divine gifts that you are here to share. And the coming out of the carcass moment is when you figure out how you are going to share your gifts with the world and then also receive the resources that you need to buy chicken or whatever, live in a house. And that all of that takes us away from the very fear-based, only survival mechanism stuff that is the old carcass and the old social dynamics and the old bad energy. Like when you look at thrift stores, it's really like it's a crazy collection of junk with tons of emotional attachments on it. Why does it exist? Because people want to sell their stuff and get a few dollars. And then other people don't have a lot of money and they want to shop and buy stuff for only a few dollars. There is at the foundation of this some aspect of iniquity or desperation of a secondary economy. It's not really like a joyful barter or a clothing swap or something like that. And also, so I have done clothing swaps. I did a bunch of those when I was in San Diego. And sometimes you will get something that is like a positive thing, like, a sweater that someone else doesn't need anymore, but it fits you perfectly. It's your style and it looks great. And so some things from that clothing swap, I'm like, oh, like I have this and I got, because you don't pay money. You just swap your clothes with other people that that are friends. And some things I got, I'm like, yeah, like I like that. I want to keep it. But I remember when I moved away from San Diego, some of those clothing items, because people know my taste, they're like rainbow, like this is for you. So I accepted a lot of garments that I didn't necessarily choose. When I went through my closet again, and I touched on certain things, again, I feel them with my fingertips. So that's also, I don't like to wash dishes because of the dried on eggs and everything. When I touch things, I feel their energy. And I touched some of these things and I was like, oh, like the energy is terrible. Like I really don't want to keep that. So then you joyfully pass it along to someone else who might really, really enjoy that and might think that it's super great. In fact, that was what I did on one of the Facebook groups, and someone else loved that outfit. You have to not be ego attached or judgmental. They gave it to me and they wanted to be nice to me, but it reminded me of living in a gated imprisonment world surrounded by, drug addicted savages. And I didn't want to have that energy around me. And so I'm like, something, I have plenty of clothes. I don't have to hold on to that. So that's it. It's when you're not in desperation, you're like, oh, this is not the only, dress that exists in the world. I can have it or I cannot have it. I can release it to someone else. This is really how we treat materialism and objects with respect, where we are not wedded to or so attached to those objects. We're not manic or, we're not maniacs about objects. They call it possessions for a reason, because sometimes people are possessed by their possessions. I don't know if I should talk about this. Maybe I would save it for a retreat. But one time I had a roommate and they had all of their stuff from their storage, like from their childhood, in the 2-bedroom apartment with us. And I was going crazy because I had like all of this emotional energy like stuck in the living room that was in all of these boxes. It wasn't just that the boxes were cardboard boxes that were bacterial or microbial or that had mites or anything like that. It was the heaviness of the energy of this person's whole entire life, like in our living room. And I kept being like, can you just put that like in your bedroom? Can you put it someplace else? Can it go in a closet? Can it go someplace? It was really hard for me to expand and flying rainbow lasagna with this heavy, energetic, emotional burden being there. I'll tell you more about it because I don't ever want to be just like unkind or speak about people cruelly, but that was not an ideal situation. And it pretty much is like, how do you torture an energetically sensitive person? Like make them live amidst the rubble of someone else's life. It's very, very uncomfortable. And you know what? I'm not the same, because someone else is going to be like, I had to live amongst all of your stuff. All of my stuff is cool rainbow artwork, not a bunch of emotional boulders from my past. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm getting a little bit silly. Katie says, Aurora, that is so awesome. You are a grower. I love cannabis. It's been a good friend. Thank you very much. And also, I forgot to tell you guys, like I'll just say super fast. Only organic soil amendments, never any pesticides, using microbial teas and compost spray to be able to prevent pests and other things like that, and growing in shade cloth to keep the white butterflies out, because the white butterflies are nice, not nice. they put these little worms inside of the plants that actually destroy a lot of the plants. So instead of using a chemical that you spray on them all the time, you just use a physical barrier. You just create these nettings, little netted covering around that. And all of that is really essential because you in order to juice the leaves, you don't want to have any chemicals on the leaves. So if you have an infestation, you can use dish soap. You can use spoiled milk, spray it on there for powdery mildew, and a couple of other things, but none of these pesticides or anything like that. And one of my secret weapons, so the products that I like come from a particular place called Dragonfly Earth Medicine. They're wonderful. They're powdered compost teas that you simply take a few spoonfuls, like add instant water. It's compost tea, just add water and you just add it, let it brew, and you spray it on. It's wonderful stuff. So if you're a grower, get Dragonfly Earth Medicine. It's not cheap. It's wonderful, good stuff. And the other thing that I do is I put powdered neem seed meal in the soil when the plants are babies, because it is anti-pesticide. It's a pesticide. It goes against mites and other forms of harmful things that will eat the flowers later, but you do it from the time that they're babies, and it absorbs it through the roots and then puts a little bit through the whole entire plant. So you have to plan ahead with all of these pest management situations. You can't be like, oh no, my plant's got a lot of pests. Now I have to spray them with all these harsh chemicals. You have to prevent pests. And when I started learning growing 10 years ago, that was when I was also really learning about my body. I learned that in order to have a healthy immune system, you have to have a healthy gut microbiome. So the plants are the same way. That's why you create these microbial teas that you spray on the plant to keep the plant healthy. The foliar spray, the foliage is healthy. And that way bugs can't get on them that much. So you do all these natural things. But let me tell you, commercial farms, they do not have time for these natural things. And they want to save money. So they cut corners all over. So they're like, oh, I'm not going to put that stuff in the soil. I'm going to wait until I have a pest problem. I have a pest problem. Spray it with this chemical. Now I have another problem. Spray it with this chemical. And by the time they spray like 9 different chemicals, and then all of that adds up to the end result of what you're actually ingesting. And none of those things are very life affirming. Yeah, Katie says, all right, good. She's affirming all these things that I'm saying. Pedro says, love the energy, clean lasagna. My lasagna is a very energetically clean lasagna. Katie says, yes, possessed by their possessions. Indeed, here. Oh, yeah. So that former roommate, she was very possessed by her possessions. And some of this stuff was even her family stuff. It wasn't even her emotional boulders. It was her family's emotional boulders. I'm like, I can't live like this. I lived with a hoarder for way too long. It was awful. Yes, I named the boxes. You totally get it. And so with compassion, when you're not involved in those people's lives, you recognize the tendency to hoard and have way too much stuff like that. It's unprocessed baggage, and the outside reflects the inside. And that when you live in community with someone else, it's not fair for you to have to marinate in someone else's unprocessed stuff. And also that other, some roommates that I've been with, they don't like clean the kitchen or do the dishes or other things like that. That also represents unprocessed emotional energy. So for me, I live in this rather efficient, small 1-bedroom here, but it is a palace for me because all I have to do is deal with my own stuff. I don't have to deal with any of these roommates. And I've also lived with landlords where you're sharing a house and they own the house. Very difficult. That I don't have to deal with their stuff and their feelings and their everything. I sound very cold and terrible, but no, I only have to deal with me and my stuff, and that's it. And that's energetic boundaries. And so that's the difference. When you have housemates, landlords, other stuff like that, your energies are melding together, and it comes down to the financial shared responsibility of having to pay the rent. But here in my boundaries of my apartment, I'm responsible for the rent. I pay for me. I have my SHIT together. I'm not worried. And I am totally separate and distinct from any of the other apartment dwellers in this building. If they can't afford their rent, that's their business. And that is also energetic hygiene. And this is actually a good rant. I wasn't sure if I was going to go in this direction because I don't want to sound caustic about any of these things. But look, having good energetic hygiene also has to do with business partnerships or housemates or roommates or partners that you might have a shared mortgage with. You have to be super selective about who you pool your money with. Because when you sign a lease, You have to make sure that everybody pays for the rent at the end of the month, the mortgage at the end of the month. And if someone doesn't have their responsibilities, they're not living up to their integrity and their responsibilities, then you have to pick up their slack. And that was me in a lot of these shared housing situations. If the other person didn't fix things, clean things, or pay for things, I ended up paying for their stuff. And that was a very bad burden. And I had to learn that that was not adding to my life at all. So I was so happy to just be able to live here in my own place, within my own budget, and that other people in the world deal with their own stuff. And that's very fair. And then that means, like, you know something? If the garbage is full, I take it out. It's my job. And if the laundry needs to be done, I take it out. I do the laundry and then clean everything up. It's my job. This is just so much more streamlined than the real challenges of dealing with other people. When I say they're possessed by their possessions, some people are not in control of their lives. And so that was a real challenge, living with a roommate who wasn't in control of their life, definitely out of control of their possessions. And then finally, the items that they carried from their family were totally portals to their family who had died a long time ago. I was trying to come through whatever, grandma's kitchen table or something like that. Like, oh my goodness, like, grandma, please go to a restful state. Let us eat breakfast in peace. We don't need you coming through the wood of the table. Joyce says, love and appreciate you, Professor. Thank you. Love to Cheeky too. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. This has been a long presentation here today. Let me just scroll quickly to make sure that I got everything that is important. So yeah, just like some of the things that I said today here might seem very simplistic or foundation level of understanding. Just like when you're a child, or me in adulthood, when I came here as Aurora, you have to learn how to do hygiene on your body. Like, you have to learn, like, you have to brush your teeth and then you have to wash your hair, and that those two things involve totally separate forms of soap, and all these other things to keep yourself healthy and safe and to conform to society's expectations. Same thing with energetic hygiene. And the things that I taught you about energetic hygiene, like, there's an even more extremely civilized level of society that is like the level of ascended mastery, where you really, like, you have to go to finishing school. You have to really get your poise and to become demure and to become socially appropriate, because when you're energetically sensitive, you're attentive to other people's energetic needs, and you can feel stuff and you can sense stuff. So it's beyond, it's like being a clean freak. It's like being very conscientious is the word, about how your energy is affecting other people's energy. And you have to get to that level in order to be able to connect to all of these other wonderful interdimensional, extraterrestrial, extradimensional, benevolent consciousnesses. So you have to learn to be attentive. Like, you can't bring your giant baggage and plop it down on someone else's planet. You got to make sure you do the dishes and you clean up. You got to do, I'm using metaphors, but you understand, in order to participate with the most civilized factions of consciousness, you must become energetically sensitive and practice good energetic hygiene. Just like when you are wanting to be part of society here, you must wear deodorant and you must wash regularly. Otherwise, you will be shunned, which is, what homeless people are shunned because of their lack of hygiene. So energetic hygiene is absolutely essential in order to be able to connect with higher dimensional states. Oh, I didn't talk enough about this, overlapping energy bubbles. So you have your energy field like this. And whenever you move through someone else's energy field, like, you either bounce off or you move through, there's porosity. And so, like, when I worked being a custom framer, I had so many daily interactions with people who had bad energy. And I would come home at the end of the day really, like, drained and destabilized from this. We need to be able, when we are in the level of, let me open the door for Chico. Hold on a second. She didn't get her break and her bribes. When you are becoming energetically sensitive and practicing good energetic hygiene, you don't want to be around other people who are wildly destabilized or not in a good place in their life and moving through their energy, their anger, their own self-hatred, their own traumas, and also, if they're substance abusers, their substance abuse. That's a really big one. When people are substance abusers, like if people take meth or Adderall, that is the worst energy hygiene. Imagine what's the dirtiest thing you can put on your skin, like, coal or tar or something like that. That's the anti-hygiene. Taking meth and Adderall is anti-energetic hygiene because it literally opens up your energy force field to harmful interdimensional and demonic presences to come through you. And that's why if this is your energy bubble, and this guy over here is taking a bunch of meth, and you kind of walk past each other on the street, some of his demonic hijackers try to come inside of you. And that is what it felt like to me living in San Diego. Like, in order for me to just go out for a walk with my dog, I put on all this energetic shielding because I'm walking past all these meth heads and people that are not good people. But also, please comprehend that it's not just dirty vagrants and homeless people that take these types of substances. Hold on. Sorry, Cheeky's barking. These substances are abused throughout all different echelons of society, and it is inherently harmful to take them. So, I mean, there are students who take Adderall, there are children who take ADHD drugs, there are many people that are taking these molecular portals to darkness in your world, and they are smearing the equivalent of dirty tar on their skin. And then if they go on next to you, the tar gets off of them and onto you. You got to know about this. And then you got to limit your contact and interaction with people that are like that. So, I mean, unfortunately, we have some, whatever, dirty drug abusing vagrants who hang out at the park. There's a beautiful tree that we like to go visit. And then there's all this crapola. We avoid the crapola. Don't go near it. Don't talk to it. Don't be near it, because I don't want to get that stuff onto me. Yeah. And that's not a lack of compassion. That's not like, like the dirty homeless people. Let's not, I drop my monocle. Like, let me adjust my opera glasses. No, it's not like that at all. It is very, so because I didn't want some of the things that I'm talking about here, because I'm basically saying, like, it might sound very bourgeois. Like, don't shop at a thrift store and don't talk to those homeless people, dear. Like, they're full of demons. But what I'm telling you is to have strong boundaries against people who are engaged in their own self-destruction and the ride-alongs and the hijackers that are coming into and through them, not to have them come into you. And that drug abusers and substance abusers aren't only vagrants that are in the park. Sometimes they are people that you work with or that you perform services for if you have a job working for the public, or people that you interact with. And you must protect yourself from interaction with these people, interact as little as possible. And then afterwards, what do? How do you get rid of stuff? You have to, of course, disengage from them, and they have to clear your energy. So you would do like clearing with something like this. You would do clearing with a salt bath. You could do clearing with sage. I didn't mention enough that you can sage yourself. How do you sage yourself? You either light the sage wand or you don't light the sage wand, but then you begin up here and you kind of move through and around your head and your energy field. And then I'll just show you over here. So you go all the way down your body, and then you go underneath your foot, and then all the way up your back. And that's how you sage. And definitely you should sage yourself. These are not merely superstitions. Like, these are actual, like, you are clearing out your chakras when you do that, so that way you're not carrying the detritus from someone else. I haven't used enough in this class the concept of the Merkaba for energetic hygiene and clearing, because it is an energy force field. And you can do that in order to keep yourself clear. Like, if you're going to walk through drug-infested, urine-soaked streets, you can be like, Merkaba, shields up, so I don't absorb so much of that stuff. Or if you're going into a work environment where people have a degraded sense of commodification and the business world, buying and selling, people say it feels dirty. If you have to be there, you can put your Merkaba and your shields up. So, of course, you want to limit your exposure in terms of energetic hygiene. But if you have to go into a dirty place, keep your energetic force fields high, and then also get in, get out. Because your energy shields are going to last for a certain amount of time, and then you're going to lose energy. And then all of that crap comes in. So, for example, like if I need to get my car oil changed, and I go to the nearest city, and there's tons of drug abusing, vagrants and knife wielding maniacs. And I'm like, let's get in, get out. Because people are like, well, while I'm here in the city, like, why don't I go shopping at Trader Joe's and try to pick up some deals? And then why don't we go over here too? And then since we've driven over here, why don't we also go to Costco? I'm like, no, if you do that, you understand, you will wear down all of your energy shields, and then you will just be a sitting duck. By the time you finish getting your bargain giant pretzel thing at Costco, you will be so energetically bedraggled that you come home with no energy. That is not good. And also, when people have low energy, they tend to spend more money because you can't kind of hold on to your energy. So that's why stores specifically construct their situations to drain your energy. The lighting, the music, and so many other levels of hyperstimulation make you like your energy shields go away. And then you're like, I don't know. Do I need to buy this? Do I need to buy that? Like, I'll buy anything. I'll buy anything. Tell me who I am. And then you're like, okay, get out of there. And then you get out of there and you're like, why did I buy this stuff? What happened to me in there? And the answer is like, you got your energy drained. And then you made not the best choices. So, okay, let me just, let me see. I'm sorry, crazy faces, making crazy faces here. Salt, going in the ocean, Epsom salt baths. Got all of that. And I already got that your oil producing glands on your skin are incredibly important parts of your light body, and all of the little tiny hairs that come out of them are miniature vortexes. And that's a big part of your energy anatomy and your energetic hygiene. So I guess the things that I haven't written about in the stuff from 10 years ago enough is energetic hygiene, where regarding social media and technology, because it's so much more prevalent now. But I put my shields up before I go on social media. I put Merkabahs and force fields of protection around myself and any image of myself digitally, because people do all sorts of inappropriate things with people's images on the internet. And that can be either sending hateful vibes towards you, or being sexually inappropriate towards you, or wishing harm upon you or your animals. And you must reflect all of that away. So please comprehend, like, the social media world is not necessarily a safe place where you can go and just relax and be yourself. You have to be on alert, and you have to be protecting yourself in that space as well. And then, so that's from other human embodied participants that are on social media, but you also must protect yourself from AI itself. And you must have excellent energetic hygiene regarding this stuff that can come inside and create artificial mind states or artificial cognitive events, synthetic telepathy, or even artificial emotional states, either draining you and making you feel worse, or artificially elevating you and making you feel better. This is an ongoing project. So the other things I feel very, very comfortable about teaching you about, but I will tell you, like, I am still mastering how to respond to these levels of hugely corrosive and invasive technology. So I don't necessarily have the recipe for success. All I can say is that each of us must find ways to protect ourselves, even while we are swimming amidst and inundated in those types of signals, that it can have a huge emotional impact on you. You can take on other people's burdens from reading about stuff on social media. You can have your energy drained by reading on social media. You can have lasting hijackers and things where you've already closed the computer, but like, why are you still thinking about so-and-so? Why are you still arguing with so-and-so in your mind, even though you've closed down the computer? All of that is poor energy hygiene. And I think it is probably the most destabilizing thing in each one of our lives today. We want to go on social media because there is a genuine desire to connect. And that is kind of like the public square of our times, where you go to talk with other people and get information and also share who you are. You should be able to do that. But it is such a energetically tortured place. There's so many labyrinthine convolutions and things that are not clear that it's very, very difficult to be there. And also, a lot of the profiles you're interacting with are not actual people. Some of them are bots and fabrications, and you're being surveilled and influenced on both an external level and on the internal neurological level by the thing that you're interacting with. So that place is a battleground. It's not really a safe place. So, like, I stay away from thrift stores and I streamline my life in that way, but I still go on social media. And then I have to clear myself a lot so that I shield myself a lot. And also, if you can, get in, get out, don't linger. But it's hard because everybody like scroll, scroll, scroll. These hours of scrolling, don't do it. That's the equivalent of like spending hours walking around in some store like Target or whatever like that. Like you just get all of your energy drained. So please just keep that in mind. Limit your exposure, get in, get out. And I'm still working on the most effective ways to be able to have perfect energetic hygiene as an ascended master and still go on social media. Oh, one of the things I didn't tell you about with computers and energetic hygiene, every time you touch the computer, energy flows out of you into the computer. You are always going to be at a higher energy state than the computer. And all of these computers now require you to touch them. So it used to be like, you know, I had young whippersnappers back in the old days before touch screens, like you didn't have to touch a computer all the time. Like you typed stuff in or you used the mouse, but now you have to touch it with your finger. Like you have to put your thumbprint and be like, yep, this is me, authenticate me. And then you have to, whatever, touch something on your phone and you have to touch something on your tablet. Every time you do that, it is an energy drain from you. So energetic hygiene, part of it is about not allowing dirty, uncontrolled, you know, dysfunctional stuff inside of you. But energetic hygiene also includes not allowing your energy to be drained off by technology. And so I have a limit when I have to get something done. I'm like, okay, I have to send an email. It's not that it's so cognitively burdensome to write an email. It's that first I have to touch my finger with this thumbprint thing, and then I have to touch this thing over here, and then I have to touch this thing over here. And this is a drain, a drain, a drain. Then there's the actual person where I talk to the person in the words or read the words, and then I have to press another thing and press another thing and press another thing. Drain, drain, drain. And none of those things are good energetic hygiene, but I'm having to participate in that in order to have a professional life, a professional foothold, and participate in the world. That is, I think, it's not the elephant in the room. It's the acknowledged thing that is going on that I don't have the most effective approaches to, and it's also the newest thing in our world. Chica was just barking a lot and being kind of naughty outside, but it's the end of class. I have so much more to say, as always. I will complete this so that I can go admonish Cheeky not to bark at the neighbors. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be able to attend class. Thank you to everyone who takes time to watch the archive. And thank you for all of your wonderful comments and considerations over here. Avril says, yeah, my partner has this. His patients often cord to or drain him. I have to clear him pretty much every day after work. He needs selenite. Definitely. And also whatever other practices. If this goes, because I know a little bit about Avril in her life, anybody who is any kind of a practitioner, that means if you are a chiropractor, a hairdresser, a dental hygienist, gluing people's eyelashes on, doing something to touch another person's body, you're going to take on other people's stuff. You got to have energetic shields so you don't take on too much of their stuff. And then also you need to discharge that energy at the end of the day. Ways to discharge are soak your feet in some salt water, get your whole body in a bath, touching the ground, hugging a tree, being in sunshine, selenite wand, and also sage. And if you come home, because this is Avril saying like her partner comes home, if you come home from your work where you are touching many people in the public, I'm going to close the door, and then you hug, kiss, or become intimate with your partner, with your lover, you're bringing all those people that you just dental cleaned or clean the hair or whatever it was, bringing all those people home into your bed. You can't do that. You gotta clean all of that stuff out, especially for when you get into bed. So if you get into bed as a single person, you should clean everything out so that you can have clean, clear dreams at night. And if you are getting into bed with your partner, lover, or whomever, however you define that person for you, please be respectful of them. Clean yourself out before you do your, I want to say community activities. Katie says, to sigh, my ex did that. Yes. So had so much of that druggies. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your wonderful comments and insights here and your own sharing. And again, I hope that I've been able to articulate these things as my ongoing best practices. Oh, and I didn't share that much about like particular anti-aging supplements or anything like that. But one of the things that I've been using that works really, really well, it's not necessarily energetic hygiene, but it is for longevity. In this world where you have so much of this that is so corrosive, the thing that has helped me the most, that has been a substance for maintaining my longevity of my body, is melatonin. And I told you already many times, I put the bulk powder into a topical, like a skin moisturizer, and I put that over my whole body. I usually put it on before I go to sleep at night. And I also found a good company that creates these little topical patches, like just put on a sticker and absorb it through your skin. Because melatonin, you do not absorb through your digestive tract very well, but it is hugely anti-aging, hugely anti-cancer. You will not become addicted to it. And we create it when we are not inundated by this blue light. But there's so much blue light in our world right now that most people are deficient in melatonin. So please look into effective melatonin supplements. Let's see what someone's saying about purple beds. Oh, those purple beds are good. She says, yes, I'm trying to decode stopping the menopause. Okay, good. Some cultures don't even experience it. Absolutely. Menopause. So the estrogen is an outgrowth of melatonin. If you take melatonin supplements, it can absolutely help to regulate your female hormones if you are in perimenopause, like early menopause, or if you are in menopause. And you can also investigate, instead of suppositories that go into like the digestive tract, you can investigate vaginal inserts for melatonin, and that can help balance your hormones a huge amount. Okay, so Pedro's asking about the memory foam, purple mattresses. Okay, so wait, I'll just say this. Let's talk about mattresses. I don't like to sleep on these like plastic foam, poly, blah, blah, blah mattresses. I don't like ones that have springs in them. I don't like ones that have off-gassing with these crazy foams. So I have one that is made out of like bamboo foam, and it doesn't have any inserts inside of it. It is just kind of like a very thick foam mattress. I think that's going to have your best energy. So nothing with metal. The metal is conductive and disrupting to your sleep hygiene at night. My pillow is not a foam roast pillow. I have a millet, like buckwheat is the best thing for your head to sleep upon. It's seeds, like sleep on a sack of buckwheat and you will feel good, okay? And then the other thing is some people benefit from grounding sheets. But if you have a grounding sheet and you stick it into the plug into the wall, you're actually putting that dirty electricity kind of around your body. So stick a copper pipe into the ground and connect your grounding sheet to the copper pipe through your window. All right. Alvaro's trying to find good melatonin patches in Australia. There is a company in Australia that my friend found them, and there's a company in Philippines you might want to look at. And Caroline says, will melatonin be as beneficial if we have no problem sleeping well? Yes. Melatonin is so much more than just a sleep chemical. It is really for protecting your membranes throughout your body, mitochondrial health, I would say metabolic regulation, and so much more. Like melatonin will help your retinas. If you are having macular degeneration, melatonin supplement is going to help your retinas. Any hormonal imbalance. Melatonin is also the precursor to serotonin. Serotonin is the uplift chemical that makes you feel good. If you feel like crap, like it's not you, it's the world corroding your serotonin. Take melatonin, you have supplements, you have enough of that, you will actually start to feel like yourself again. Like I don't want to die. Like life is good. Life is fantastic. Again, apologies to anyone who might struggle with suicidal ideation. You will benefit so much from melatonin. I found a lot of positive changes in my skin texture. The 5G made my skin feel very dried out and wrinkly, and the melatonin makes my skin feel healthy and well hydrated again. And so I put that in my face cream, and I put that all over my body. And I even put the little melatonin patches on my dog's belly. Like you can't put it where they have fur, but you put it on their belly where they don't have fur. And I'm telling you, I think she's doing great. You heard her coughing a lot today, but she's really fine. But she's benefiting from melatonin. Yes. So thank you very much, everyone. Let me complete our class for today. I'm always open to more questions and comments. But thank you very much.